Hello and welcome to DevSecCon 24, the Americas segment. I'm one of your hosts, Brian Clark. I'm a developer advocate at Sneak, and we have Kenny over here. Kenny, why don't you take a moment to introduce yourself?
Hey, I'm Kenny. I'm a senior security engineer for Trace3.
Awesome. Well, welcome in everybody. We're so happy to have you here, and we got a fun couple of hours, actually more, a few hours, 4 hours of nonstop educational information, content, presentations for you with amazing speakers. We want to get you all acquainted though. So one, thank you for being here. Two, let us know in the chat room, whether you're watching over in Hopin or on YouTube, where you're joining from. And have you been watching the previous segments, the APJ and EMEA segments? Who here has been tuned in the entire time? I would love to know. Maybe we can give you extra special brownie points or something like that as a thank you. But that's awesome to hear. Welcome in. We're happy to have you if you're joining new to this segment or you've been watching the previous segments. Really excited and ready to get going. So first up, let's get you acquainted with navigating. If you're tuning in over in Hopin, that's going to be the best experience for you, so you can have access to all of the event activities and the presentations and the stages and the chat room and be able to network with everybody in the community. So if you want to head on over there, the best place to get connected to that and sign up, if you haven't done so already, is going to DevSecCon.com. And over there'll be a register button for today's event, and that'll bring you over into the Hopin platform. Just to kind of show you really quick, and I'm going to share my screen so that everybody can find it helpful and get acquainted as well. If this is your first time using the platform, let's make sure we're there. Okay, there we go. So this is the Hopin platform. And the key thing to discuss here is just navigating. So the left-hand side is where you can jump around between the different areas and activities that you can do as part of the event. The right-hand side is where all the chatting and connecting and networking that's happening. Like you can see Eric Smalling's in there, Amit, Kyle, Alexa, Sam's in there. All these fine folks are tuning in and being able to chat, ask your questions there for the presenters and that type of thing, and connect with each other. Kenny, what else do we need? What else do we have for folks to talk about to get them acquainted with today's event?
Yeah, if you are on YouTube, you can still comment there. But any of the side presentations or the expo or any demos from any of our sponsors, those will be through the Hopin platform. So like Brian said, make sure you head over to DevSecCon.com and register for the event and get in to hop on or hop in.
Yes. Hop on, hop in.
Whatever it is.
Pun intended there.
It is, yes.
All right. Next up, we have to let you all know is about the Discord community. That's a great place to get connected, keep connecting with people even beyond today's event. To get access to the DevSecCon Discord server, you go to DevSecCon.com. There'll be a little button in the top navigation there that says join the community, and that will give you the Discord server invite so you can get connected over there. Kenny, I'm going to leave you next to talk about our sponsors for today's event.
Yeah, can we throw up the presentation with that slide? I want to talk through that here.
Yes, let's do that.
Thank you. All right, so we do have a bunch of awesome sponsors today. So first, huge thank you to all of our sponsors. They really do a lot of the work to put on this event. They create the content, they do the giveaways, and then they support financially and they make sure all this happens. So huge thank you to them. All the proceeds from DSC 24 are going towards our charities that we've selected. The community DevSecCon is all about sharing resources and helping other people. So we are doing the same thing with some charities. So DSC for Good as well, along with our other three sponsors, our other three charities. That's where all the proceeds are going today. So do visit all of the sponsor booths. Again, Brian showed you on the left-hand side of your nav bar, you can hit all of the expos and you can visit all the sponsor booths and get to know them, enter in all their giveaways. So let's get into that, giveaways. Brian, how about you cover DSC giveaways and then we can cover some of the other sponsors.
Yeah, perfect. Got it. So one of the giveaways is you can win one of 3 Nintendo Switches, which I can attest. I got one fairly recently and love playing it with my family, and lots of fun in store with that. So be sure to check that out. You also have the opportunity to win one of 3 $100 gift cards, thanks to Bright Sec. And there will also be a chance to win some swag. There's a teleport hoodie and North Face backpack, courtesy of Teleport. And we have more. Armor Code is giving away a $100 Amazon gift card. Stackhawk is giving away a T-shirt. Wiz is giving a ticket to Black Hat USA.
Ooh.
Woo! And then we have Ops Level, which is going to give away one of 2 Nintendo Switch. Lots of Nintendo Switches at this event. If you have, your odds are in your favor, folks, to win a Nintendo Switch. I'll tell you that.
You got 5 chances to win. And so real quick on that, the 2 switches from Ops Level, obviously, and all the other sponsor giveaways, make sure you go to their booths for all the instructions on how to enter those. For the 3 switches that DevSecCon is giving away, there are some instructions. Head over to DevSecCon Twitter, so at DevSecCon, and there's a pinned tweet there about how to enter. But basically, you're going to share, you're going to retweet some things, but follow those instructions over on Twitter to enter. As well, if you do donate to DevSecCon for Good, DSC for Good, you do get extra entries, and there's some other things, and all of that's found over on Twitter of how to get into that giveaway. So make sure you head over there if you want even better chances of winning one of 5 switches. That's awesome.
Yeah. And last but certainly not least, as Kenny was mentioning earlier, we are doing all proceeds from today's event will be evenly distributed among 3 global charities, which align with DevSecCon and Sneak's impact mission pillars of diversifying the tech industry, using tech for good, and reducing carbon footprint. So we believe that diversity and inclusion are essential for creating a vibrant, innovative, and sustainable technology industry. However, we also recognize that many underrepresented communities still face significant barriers to entry and advancement in tech. So donate to DevSecCon for Good today to help underrepresented communities gain access to education, training, mentorship, and other resources they need to succeed in the tech industry. And you'll be able to click on the DevSecCon for Good button on the left of the screen to donate. All right, without further ado, we're going to start kicking off the event with our first keynote speaker. And to help us get started with that, we're going to run this quick clip. Wow. Love the branding of this year's
That's pretty awesome.
All right, who do we have up first, Kenny?
So we have up first Joseph. Joseph, and we'll let you say your last name because I know I will mess it up. Typical American there. But we do have Joseph. He will be presenting our first presentation for today, Human versus AI, how to ship secure code. So Joseph, thank you for being here. Tell us a little bit about your presentation today and introduce yourself to the group.
Hello, and thanks for having me. My last name is pronounced Katsioludis, but that's not important. What is important is exactly all the fantastic things you mentioned. And the presentation for today, Human versus AI, how to ship secure code, is about helping developers to unlock the AI advantage for software security by showing them 4 practical ways they can start to use AI straight away to secure their code.
Excellent. All right, we'll let you take it away.
Thank you so much. So welcome everyone to Human versus AI. My name is Joseph. I'm coming from GitHub, which is the place that 100 million plus developers are building software. And specifically, I'm coming from the GitHub Security Lab, which is a team that focuses on inspiring every developer and every security researcher in the world to secure the open source software that we all depend on. Among others, we have published 400 zero-day vulnerabilities in the past 3 years. We create education material, and we are hosting a lot of workshops around the world to help you secure your code. A bit about myself. I'm a developer advocate at the GitHub Security Lab. I create educational video content, which in the past 2 years has around 800,000 views. And lately I created the Secure Code game, which is a gamified security training for developers to play by first spotting a bug and then fixing it, assess their solution against our exploits that come straight away from our security researchers, and they can see how much they know about software security before they go to the next level and the next level. Now, let's start the presentation today by this statement: cybersecurity is hard. Someone could argue that we don't really need Johns Hopkins University Press from 2012 to tell us this. We feel this every day. And we tried to put some numbers with our research about this. And we concluded that there is one application security specialist for every 100 software developers. We believe that this is one of the main factors behind some of the big security breaches we have seen around the world, and behind some problems that we see every day that have to do with the speed of shipping something securely, or for this mindset that security is often seen as the no team, or the team that breaks the effort of the rest and the speed to market of the rest of the company. We try to use AI to see if we can bridge this gap. But before that, let's be all aligned on what is AI and how we use it at GitHub. First of all, AI, according to this definition from IBM, leverages computers and machines to mimic the problem-solving and decision-making capabilities of the human mind. Think about some very clever algorithm that is gonna take everything that is publicly knowledgeable or available around the world and distill it so that it can be to the fingers of us now with latest advancements, or in general to use a predictive way in helping us. How did we use AI so far? Mostly by being our assistant, or in productivity cases, like for example, we try to delegate as much as possible so that we use that time for ourselves. And of course, since June 2022, when GitHub Copilot was out, we kind of addressed that irony. That how I see it is that there are so many software developers behind this example here and this example here, but there wasn't any AI behind those software developers. So those software developers haven't used AI to create this or this until the moment that GitHub Copilot was out, and AI was also helping them in the process of creating great features in software. We have these latest numbers about Copilot. We know that it makes 55% of users to code faster, 75% of them feel more fulfilled, and 46%, which is almost half of the committed code at GitHub, is now AI produced. Some examples for those that haven't used Copilot so far. We know that you can write a comment and then you can get some suggestions on screen. In this case, we can see, for example, in line 3, we have a regular expression being suggested to us that for me personally as a developer, I know that I will have to search online about it to find like the conventions and what the syntax is. And then I will have to write it down and test it. And I have seen so many attacks as security professional all these years that attack specifically the regexes, that this example is the one that it makes me feel very productive. I just ask for what I want. It comes on screen. I can create some testing around it that is also AI generated. And life continues on and on with me focusing on what I enjoy more. Some other people have used Copilot in a way that I also find very useful to not break my productivity and keep being present in my code editor without opening 100 tabs. It's when it comes to using like different languages to continue what I'm doing. Like, for example, I have a website that I want to translate in some different languages when it comes to the header of that website. And here it's super easy to to do it. Of course, there are so many other dozens of use cases that people have used. I just wanted to show you these two that they resonate with me the most. I'm also here today to speak about Copilot X before I will show you 4 ways that we can use AI from today to ship our software in a secure manner. Copilot X is our vision for the future. We want to bring AI from end to end in the whole software engineering process, not just in the text editor. This includes pull requests. Like, for example, many people don't really write descriptive stuff or titles when it comes to what they are gonna put in their PR. We can use Copilot to describe that, but something that is more effective is generating tests. If you are someone like me who is not really good at producing unit tests that cover a lot of things, you can get some tests that are being suggested to you that cover a lot of ground, and you can focus in the details or in some edge cases instead of you putting everything into consideration and have to create all the tests. When it comes to documentation, we try to bring AI also to documentation. I stopped the video here to show you that we try to make it as accessible as possible by having a developer mentioning their level, then how well they know the material already, so that AI is not gonna give you back some basic answers, and of course the response. If you are looking after a theoretical or like technical or a mix of those answers. This goes very well. I'm a test user when it comes to the GitHub documentation, and we also provide it to some open source projects. And I think that is really working this way that you see on the demo here. I'm asking a question, you can get some answers, you can get some pointers about it. And in the future, I believe that this can help a lot of people to get started or to be faster when they search an answer. Finally, there's the chat functionality that I will use heavily throughout my demos today. I have a lot of demos. I want you to see this because I'm not gonna use it. You can put a comment, like for example here, and then this comment can become part of the conversation. I'll show you this now. I'm showing you this now because I plan to use the chat functionality straight away in the same way that is used here. Can you explain, etc. Now, let's focus a bit on security from now until the rest of the talk. I'm here today to show you 4 ways developers can use AI to leverage the world's security knowledge. Everything I'm showing is gonna be, you are gonna be able to use it straight away, with the asterisk to be on the GitHub Copilot chat, for which we don't have an official date that is gonna be out yet. I expect this to be out in the next 6 weeks, something like that. Let's see if we are gonna make it, but we don't have an official date yet. The first thing I want to show is writing safer code, so that developers don't introduce vulnerabilities during the software engineering process. So basically, we shift even more left to the production process and not to the process that bugs are being written. Of course, I have some disclaimers about this because it's not bulletproof, and by any chance, I don't recommend you to stop using SaaS tools or anything else that you already have if you follow best practices in your security pipelines. Let's see this example to understand how I think we can propose writing safer code with AI. In this little snippet I have on screen, we can see that in line 23, we have the classic SQL injection pattern with the plus variable plus variation. What I'm showing is not just applicable by this bug, is applicable in all other like OWASP bugs and the injection bugs. I just try to use a very accessible paradigm that everybody's like more or less familiar with. How someone can exploit that is by passing user input that is unsanitized in this case, you can pass malicious SQL commands, like for example, to drop the table, or what I think is my favorite is to create like an admin user with full privileges, or the classic like logic bombs to get on screen some confidential items. Now, how someone can fix this is by, of course, like deleting the code and get an AI generated suggestion on screen that to some might look secure or like bulletproof. Well, it's not. I leave this snippet on screen a bit for you to maybe have a go and think if it's secure or not and why. So what changed here is that we are using parameterized statements to avoid having the plus variable plus convention. However, I have this concern that I pass directly to GitHub Copilot through the chat functionality. And my concern is the code fully secure now? I was thinking that as the code is implemented in JavaScript, in line 22 that you can see here, an attacker could pass an object as an input instead of a string and still achieve SQL injection. Can you provide me with an additional control in line 22 that prevents that from happening? In reality, I'm looking for like a partner, someone to complement my security skills. I'm thinking about something. I share it with Copilot chat. And here what I get as an answer is that, yes, in the current implementation, which is actually true, the fact that in line 22, we are accepting also an object because we are in JavaScript, someone can pass an object, and then this object can be turned into a string that is passing malicious SQL commands to exploit the same vulnerability I've shown you before, with the same payloads, the same exploit, malicious SQL injection that we used with the logic bomb, where we create an admin user or to drop the table. So to do that, to secure this, we have on the screen a regex that is trying to make sure that what we have is a string and is checking that to make sure that it's not going to be an object. In this case, the mistake that I've done was that, okay, I deleted this vulnerable code and I asked from an AI assistant to replace this code with secure code. The mistake is that this AI assistant can only intervene in the space that I give. In this case, I didn't give the chance to alter line 22. I gave access in terms of like the gap in the code, the snippet that should be filled from line 23 until line 28. In the same way, you can't expect AI to come and tell you that your design is bad or your infrastructure is bad, because the visibility is kept in here. The context that we give is key, is very important, because it's the input that AI suggestions are going to come on screen. Something better is to give better context, which is to provide a comment like, if user is not empty and user is a string, which is in fact better logic, then you get the suggestion here, which is, okay, if user is not empty and the type of user is not an object but is only a string, then do the rest that is secure. Some actions we take towards the direction of not having suggestions that are vulnerable to users is that we implemented vulnerability filters, which try to prevent vulnerable suggestions being presented to you, but is still not perfect. In the same way, here you can see another example that someone tries to secure the whole code by using the GitHub Copilot Labs extension, where we have different brushes, like for example, the readability brush, the fixed bug brush. I think about it like a photo that you pass different filters and you can make it black and white. So someone can say, yeah, but I'm using the fixing bug brush. Yeah, but still you are suffering from the same thing. Context is important. And of course, even with the vulnerability filter, it's still not bulletproof. You should make sure that you use best practice. And I want to start by this one. Okay, the second use case is to find a bug. And some people tell me, oh, I don't need my SaaS tools anymore because I can use AI to find a bug. Like, for example, by asking my AI assistant to propose a list of items that are going wrong in the code. Like, for example, here, list the security issues in the code and propose fixes about them. Well, in this case, the AI assistant is very good in finding some problems with the code, but in reality is not able to outperform tools that have been created specifically for that reason. And some of the reasons that is suffering from not being better than them is context, is not being so advanced about it. When we created GitHub Copilot, we didn't create it to replace the security pipeline, but we created that product to be your AI pair programmer. So my advice is to use it for AI pair programming. Always do security testing for all the code that you have, including the code that is yours and the code that has been suggested to you, because it's best practices, and this way you make sure that you eliminate the chances of having bugs in your code. By showing you the negative example, I want to show you a positive example. In the same way you perform unit testing, which is functionality testing, you should also perform security testing. Among others, we have SAST, we have Dust. I'm going to focus a bit on those two today because it's the easiest example I can put with AI. Let's focus a bit on the static application security testing first. And of course, you can be a consumer of a product that every time you push your code, it's running on your pipeline and you can get alerts about problems in the code. But of course, you can be more active by writing these queries to find vulnerabilities in your code. For my demos today, I'm going to use CodeQL, but of course, there are so many other products that you are more than welcome to use alongside AI. How do we bring AI to a product like CodeQL so that we help people who search for vulnerabilities by querying their code with them to find more vulnerabilities easier, faster, and with more accuracy? The first example is this one. There are tons of queries that have been provided already from the community, from bug hunters around the world. And these queries are part of a query set. If you want to get started fast, it's good to identify a pre-existing query, and you can be more productive in that. Instead of going through the queries and filtering them based on their names and then go and read all the code there, you can, of course, ask Copilot to give you queries that are suitable based on the mistake you have done in your code. And of course, you can also customize one of those queries by asking so from, again, the GitHub Copilot chat in this case, so that what you have on screen is a step-by-step explanation on how you can make use of this customized code and how you can customize it further. If you want to start from scratch, you can put a comment in the usual way, or you can ask GitHub Copilot to start in the usual way. In this case, I'm looking for a DOM-based XSS, and I want to focus on those areas of the code that the inner HTML property is being accessed. I just put the comment in line 5, and I have the following suggestion on screen. That is working code, and with this, I can query all my code about these calls to the inner HTML property. Finally, you can get explanations about code, which is something that I find very useful because in reality, I haven't used CodeQL a lot personally. So every time, instead of opening documentation, I can ask a few things. 99% of the times, I'm inside the editor. I get explanations of what I want from inside the editor. And then sometimes, occasionally, I might visit like the web to see something very specific. So here you can see the example of explain the code and what the code does step by step. You can also ask in the chat if you have some follow-ups. For those interested, CodeQL is free for open source. You can query your code as if it's data. So it's like describing what to find. I want to find all the calls to the inner HTML property. It's logical, declarative, and object-oriented. So we have a lot of templates that you can boost your productivity. And of course, there are a lot of pre-existing objects that you can call and override in the usual way you are using other object-oriented languages. The third way, and the one I find most helpful for those of you that's starting the coding journey right now, but you feel like, okay, I'm good at developing code, but I'm not yet so good at securing the code. Where can I get started? The training on the internet is fantastic. I'm one of the authors of such training with the secure code game that is inside GitHub Skills. But sometimes it lacks customization. As a person, there is something very specific that it's me that I don't get. And the training that exists online is not really able to address that thing. Let's see how we can bridge this gap using GitHub Copilot. Let's use the same code from before. Imagine that we know that there's a SQL injection in the code because one of our colleagues told us or we've seen an alert about it. Let's say that we don't want to use anything else apart from the code editor. I'm not gonna do any online search. And I replicate this example here. Explain SQL injection to me with examples, which is your typical generic kind of search result that might lack the depth and the tailoring that you expect to have based on the exact variation of SQL injection you have on your code. So I'm trying to do this by being a bit vulnerable, but always kind to AI. So can you tailor your examples on my code? I'm struggling to see the connection of what I've learned from above and what I have in my code, like the exact variation of SQL injection in my code. And I want to understand that. So now AI is going one step further by making the training that is provided to me tailored to the mistake I've done in my code. Of course, I can say that, oh, I didn't understand. Can you please explain more? Or there is this specific paragraph in your answer or this specific code snippet that I don't really get. Can we like focus more? Which is like you have a one-to-one with someone who is a senior security engineer sitting next to you or a developer who has more experience with these bugs. So for me, this is very revolutionary, innovative, and able to help you to bridge this gap between education that can be outdated, of questionable quality, and all the problems we've seen before. Of course, education is great where it is and the training that is accessible online. But at the same time, everybody's different. Everybody has different experience, and everybody is possible to have trouble to understand different material in a special way. Now, we are in an AI session. I want to use ChatGPT for my next example, because in the same way I use GitHub Copilot that is, of course, trained only in software. There is ChatGPT that the versions that we know so far are trained in everything, including code. I want to use it just for the next example. I don't say which one is better. It's up to you to decide. I don't have an opinion because I think that I haven't played enough with these two assistants so far. I still want to play more with ChatGPT to have an opinion. And of course, other products like Google Bard and more products that I'm not aware about. The example I want to show you is the fourth use case, which is about getting tailored guidance for a problem. This problem, in this case, I want it to be about fuzzing. So get to the shoes of a developer that heard about fuzzing and how fuzzing is great, but they haven't really, let me move just here because of the sunlight to help you see me better. Okay. But they haven't really played with fuzzing, and they are a bit hesitant to introduce it into their security pipeline. So to the rescue, we have a fresh session with ChatGPT asking, okay, what is fuzzing? And we have a very nice answer here. Oops, sorry about that. I stopped the sharing by clicking by mistake. Okay, where is my, oh, let me just get the presentation again. Sorry about that. Okay, here we are. So now I want to get a bit more tailored with what I'm asking for. Let's say I have a website that is accepting a username and a password, and I want to ask, okay, how would you go by fuzzing a username and a password on a website? And here, so if I try to push the video a bit further, I'm afraid that I'm gonna exit again. So let's keep it here. Okay, we have 4 steps that are basically telling me what the security specialist would tell me, which is about, okay, prepare a list of inputs, try to break this username and password, but do it automatically by the step 2, which is about creating a script, run this script, and then analyze the results, improve, and let's go again. I'm a bit tricky. I don't want to do a lot of things. I want to use AI for that. So I'm asking to get this list of strings from ChatGPT. And here I have some very good answers that is like, okay, pass this variety of stuff. Like, for example, the empty strings, very long strings, special characters, SQL injection stuff like we've seen, cross-site scripting, all it's fantastic. I want to ask to automate it for me, like it was suggested there. So I'm actually copying and pasting the instructions of ChatGPT. It's creating this program for me to do it. And we can run this basic example with this code that is given to us. However, there is something that AI is still not good at. And I'm talking about GitHub Copilot and ChatGPT. Maybe other products are fantastic in that, but in my knowledge, and at this point in time with these 2 products that I've played with, that's my conclusion and what I want to share with you. That thing is having to do with defining entry points, also known as attack surface, which are all the places in the program that something can go wrong. I want to prove this to you by using GitHub Copilot Chat to make you understand that at this case, I don't feel that we can use AI to replace the security team, but to complement the developer who is sitting there. Might be like we've seen 100 developer, but just 1 AppSec specialist. So the availability of this person might be very low and the budget needed might be very high for security. So for this reason, I try to use, let me go here. Okay, what is the attack surface? And we get some answer that is correct, but it's very generic, because what I'm going after is beyond software issues in the code. What other security risks do you see? What we have on screen is good, but it's not enough. It's not enough to replace the expert. It's not enough to make sure that you have minimized your risks into a level that you should be like confident about it. So let me just go at the end of this video, which is here. So you can see the answers that are very generic, like physical security. Some people like physically entering and getting into our lock computers and stuff like that, access control. It's not enough because there's no visibility from this AI assistant to our infrastructure. They don't know what we run, how much we invested on it. They don't know if we actually have physical security and how good it is. So we get generic answers. The attack surface is broad. I put this picture together to show you that you can get breached because of malware, or even someone is bribed, or you can get phished. The list is endless, and AI assistants at this point, because of the visibility they have, they can't see on all the spectrum of things that can go wrong and have gone wrong in the past in so many breaches that have seen the news, with millions and millions of data being lost, money, etc. Now, the suggestion here for fuzzing, like better fuzzing that goes beyond the username and the password so that you can have better hardness, is to use some open source tools like Fuzz, WFuzz when it comes to web apps, and AFL for C and C++. I try to not suggest commercial products because they have cost. I keep it on the open source so you can use this straight away, in the same way that many AI products are free nowadays. Now, today we have seen 4 ways that developers can use AI to leverage the world's security knowledge. These were to write safer code, to find a bug with the necessary disclaimers in both cases, developer training that is bespoke, and to get tailored guidance. Of course, you can see AI developing in the cybersecurity space in other areas, like for example in threat intel. It can be used to condense a lot of information that is available out there and make it personal to you in a faster way than humans or other automated systems. Pen testing, in a similar way, I have used ChatGPT to generate malicious strings. You can use it to generate scripts that you can attack something specific. SecOps, for what I see like coming a lot, is when it comes to policy automation and some decisions that are very repetitive for humans. Malware analysis, because AI is fantastic in finding patterns. Incident response, you can get very specific when you log into something by analyzing a lot of data. And something that I use a lot is to generate reports, because writing is not my strong point. I'm working on it, and AI is helping a lot into making things fast. Again, I'm Joseph. If you have questions about this session, that we have just 1 minute left and there's no time for Q&A, I'm more than happy to ask me online in my Twitter or LinkedIn. You can find me everywhere in @JKCSO or with my name in LinkedIn. If you follow me, you'll see some videos that are gonna give you some tips as a software developer, and of course, some news about the game I have, the secure code game in GitHub Skills. And I would like to thank you for your time today. And it's back to Brian and Kenny.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Joseph. That was a fantastic presentation. Oh, sorry, Kenny, I pulled you out there.
No worries.
That was awesome to have you on. Thank you for helping us open up DevSecCon 24, the Americas segment. And the one quick note, I mean, I had a bunch of notes that I wrote down that I was going to ask you about, but for the sake of time so that we get to the next presenter. But the one thing that I want to at least note to you that I really appreciate, Joseph, was there's always this, with the latest, hotness around AI, lots of developers are concerned like, oh, is AI going to replace developers and jobs and that kind of thing? And I felt like several times throughout that presentation, you emphasized that it's meant to complement developers and it's going to help. So that resonated a lot with me. I imagine with a lot of the viewers as well. And thank you for that. Very insightful presentation.
Exactly, Brian. Thank you so much, Brian and Kenny, for having me. And I'm looking forward to see you in the next edition of DevSecCon 24.
Excellent. Thanks again.
Thanks, Joseph.
All right, Kenny, what do we have up next?
Up next, we have a couple speakers, but first, we want to get our giveaway code up. So, when you are entering the giveaway for the Nintendo Switches that DSC is giving away, again, the instructions are on our Twitter pinned tweet over there. But you do have to have at least 2 codes. So, here is one. Please be a good sport. Don't share that. This is not unique to you. This is global to everybody. So keep it private. That'll help your chances of winning. So take note of that code. We'll give you just a second. But again, you'll direct message that to @DevSecCon over on Twitter. So grab that code, a couple more seconds. And then up next, we do have a talk on container security. So something near and dear to my heart. So I'm really excited about this. We have Siddhant and Kunal coming up. So one more second to get that code, and then I think we're going to get that going. So coming here, we have a talk again with Siddhant and Kunal. So let's get them in here. Awesome. Thank you. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. I'll turn it over to you in the interest of time. Go ahead and introduce yourselves and your talk.
All right.
Awesome. I think I'll just share my screen. Yep, my screen is visible. Okay, thank you so much, Kenny and Brian. And yep, we can start with it. So, hey everyone, welcome and thank you so much for joining this particular talk. Today we'll be talking about container security, and we definitely believe that it's the heart of our operations. I think that containerization is in general has kind of revolutionized the way we look at software development and deployment, and I believe that it has given us great powers, and we definitely believe that with great powers comes great responsibilities. So I feel that container security is one of those aspects that is now a critical component when we talk about building that resiliency and that kind of integrity of our day-to-day operations, right? So today we'll be exploring this vital aspect of container security, and we'll also be discussing some of the best practices that you can apply today itself in your particular organization, or even if we talk about your personal projects. Yep, my name is Kunal, and I am a community manager at the Cube Simplify community. I'm also a DevOps and open source advocate. That means I really love helping people out in getting started with it, getting started with open source and DevOps with whatever experience I have in the community. And I'm also a cloud native contributor. I've been involved in the CNCF ecosystem for around an year now, and I've contributed to projects like Kubernetes and Layer 5. Over to you, Siddhant.
Hey folks, I'm Siddhant Kisti. I'm a community manager at VMake Devs. I also love tinkering with computers, whether it's on the software layer or on the hardware layer. I also really love advocating for Linux and lots of different open source projects, and I love the freedom which they provide. Let's go next. All right, so this talk is about container security, but before we dive into the security aspect, let's first take a look at what exactly are containers and why should we even care about them. So first, what are containers? In very simple terms, you can think of containers as a way to package your applications along with all of their dependencies. So as you can see on the screen, we have a shipping container. Our software containers are also pretty similar. We just put our application code into this container along with the dependencies, the operating system, and whatever is required for it. And then we just send this container to the other person if you want to share the code or if you want to run it in production. Next. So we have many different tools which we can use for building containers. The most popular one of them, which is used by almost everybody now, is Docker. So Docker essentially enables us and it helps us to create containers in a way in that we can push it to a container registry and share it with other folks. We'll see what a container registry is in just a short while. But apart from Docker, we also have other options such as Containerd, which is essentially a lower version of Docker. Docker pretty much uses Containerd to create the containers. Then we also have LXC, which is Linux specific containers, and we have Cryo, which is containers for a Kubernetes environment. Next. So let's take a look at container architecture. Right here, I have two diagrams, but they are both the same. I'll explain it in just a bit. So for running a container, you first need your hardware, whether it is an ARM platform, whether it is an Intel x86 platform, or whatever. You need your hardware. On top of the hardware, you will add your kernel. In most cases, this is going to be your Linux kernel. Now, on top of the Linux kernel, everything else comes. So it could be a Linux based operating system, say Ubuntu, for example, or Arch Linux, or Red Hat, or whatever. And on top of that, we have an hypervisor. What exactly is a hypervisor? The most simple way to understand a hypervisor is that it is a software which is essentially going to which is going to talk to your kernel and request your kernel to allocate some system resources to specific containers. We need to note that in this entire container architecture, the only thing which can be considered virtual is the containers. Everything else is your physical hardware and your physical operating system. This right now I explained a diagram on the left. The diagram on the right is essentially the same thing, but the only thing that we're removing from here is the operating system. So we're installing the hypervisor directly on top of the kernel. Next. All right, so before moving on to the security aspects, let's just understand what the container workflow looks like. Now let's take an example. Let's say that I've built an application in, say, Python using Django, and I want to share this with Kunal. Now I can use the traditional way. I can just push the code to a container registry, Git registry such as GitHub, and then Kunal can pull the code and run it locally. But then this introduces the problem of dependency management. Kunal's computer might not have the dependencies which are required to run this application. He might not have Python installed, which means that he might not be able to run the application. So in order to counter this, I will share it in the form of a container. So I will take my Python application. I will create a container image for it. A container image is basically just a set of instructions on how the container should be created. So usually we will do this using a Docker file. Inside this Docker file, we will mention all of our build instructions. And using this Docker file, we will create this container image. All right. Now this container image will create the actual container, which right now exists on my machine. I will push this container image to a container registry. A container registry is basically like a Git repository, but meant for containers. So Docker Hub, for example, or Google Container Registry. They have a wide variety of containers, both private registries and public registries, which stores hundreds of different containers. So now my job is over. Now Kunal will pull this container image which I have created, and he will have a copy of this same image on his computer. And he can use this image to create the exact same container which was on my computer, with the same dependencies, the same application. Over to you, Kunal.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing this, Siddhant. I think we got a really nice introduction to the overall container architecture and how actually we use containers in our day-to-day operations, right? So now from this section on, we'll actually be diving into each aspect of a container architecture, each component of a container architecture, and we'll also share some of the best practices that you can use to secure that. So the number one thing that comes to mind when we talk about containers is the image itself, right? The container image out of which the whole container is based upon, right? So let us first start with the image security, how we can secure a particular image and what are some of the best practices that can be followed there. So securing container images, why is it important? Now, what are we trying to achieve here? The goal is basically to build a strong foundation, right? So as I mentioned previously, everything starts from a container image. You are creating a container, you are running it, everything starts from actually using a particular image for that container. So it's essential to actually build a strong foundation. And as I mentioned previously, that images are actually the building blocks of a containerized application. So it's really important for you to consider the image security and use certain best practices to basically enhance your container image security. Now, if for example, you're not able to do so, insecure images can very well lead to some kind of vulnerabilities, malware, and essentially outdated software components. And if you see the big picture, it can also lead to an insecure infrastructure and basically, compromise your entire kind of the architecture that you have built upon. So we can see that how important securing a container image is. Now, if you see this diagram, this is sort of a big picture of what you can protect against if you're securing your container image. If you have a secure container image, so you can secure from unauthorized access, data breaches, malicious code, compliance violations, vulnerability exploit, and many more of these. So this is sort of shows us quite a big picture of what we can protect our entire infrastructure from if we spend some time into this particular realm of securing our container image. Now, we discussed what, we discussed why should we secure. The important question is how we can do that, right? So here is when things get interesting. I'm going to give you a 5 questions checklist. So why I'm calling this a questions checklist, because we'll be asking questions for ourselves, and according to that, I'll be giving you some action plans that you can implement on your organization. So basically those are some best practices that you can implement, and then you can directly see whether you are already implementing those or whether you want to implement those, right? So we'll be asking 5 questions from ourselves. The number one and the most basic when it comes to container image security is, are the container images up to date? Now, when we talk about containers, we are essentially talking about tags in place of versions, right? So it's really important that you are using stable releases in terms of tags. Now, why I didn't go for latest releases? Because according to the research that we did from the various blogs and stuff, we came to know that the latest releases might have some kind of breaking changes in them. So it's quite a very safe option if you choose stable releases instead of latest one, right? And the next one is, you should always check for available security patches or updates whenever you're choosing a even you're choosing a stable release. You should always check for regular security patches or updates to your particular container images, so that you're always up to date with the security measures that has been taken by the company that developed that particular image. So it's really important, you should consider these points. Now, the next part is, are your container images scanned regularly? Now, as I previously mentioned, we are in a revolutionized period of technology right now, right? And new technology are being introduced daily, and that means there is a lot more room for new loopholes and new vulnerabilities to be to also be found, right? So it's really important for you to scan your container images and essentially your entire infrastructure regularly for new vulnerabilities or new loopholes to be found, right? So essentially you should be scanning your container images for potential vulnerabilities. You can use tools such as Kubescape, which is by Armo, which makes pretty much things quite easy when it comes to scanning your container images. And we'll be talking about tools a little bit later, but I just have to mention this particular one here. And once you have found these kind of vulnerabilities after scanning, it's really important to develop a kind of a process to address these kind of security issues, right? I mean, you have found the vulnerabilities. It won't do any good if you are not actually using those kind of information to actually deal with the security issues, right? So it's really important for you to develop a kind of a process to address these security issues as well. Coming on to my next question is, are container images verified? So I mean, it's evident from the question itself, we should always use the reputable and trusted sources to get your base images from the for your containerized applications. And it's always important to again verify the integrity and authenticity of the images that you're using. This has to be done before deploying, and it can also be done while you are in a testing environment. Before production, these all steps need to be followed in order to have kind of a safe environment and not used compromised images. Now, when it comes to verifying your integrity and authenticity, coming on to my next question is, how can we do that, right? So this is something called as, are the container images signed? So this is how you can verify your integrity and authenticity of a container image by attaching a digital signature with it by using the concept of image signing. And this can be done by using a tool like Cosign, which is a very famous tool by Sixstore, and it's completely open source, by the way. And this is how you can attach a digital signature, and you can verify whether the container image you are using is the one that was originally sent, or it has been tampered or has been played with in the middle of the transfer. And again, you have to you should definitely have some kind of a process in place to verify these kind of digital signatures and ensure the integrity of the container images that you're using. Again, if you're using a tool like Cosign, it will definitely help you there. The last but not the least question is a zero trust model being followed? Now, what do you mean by zero trust? Essentially is it's evident from the name that don't trust anyone. So all the users, whether that's in your organization or outside your organization's network, they have to be continuously authenticated and authorized before they access any kind of data or any kind of device in your particular ecosystem. So it's really important that you follow this kind of approach for even the users, any devices, any data, or the network that your organization is using. It's really important that you follow this kind of zero trust approach so that you are secured even before you just start doing anything, right? And again, you have to implement strict access controls and some kind of authorization mechanisms so that only authenticated users are allowed to access this kind of infrastructure. Now, this is something that is very general. I mean, the zero trust model is very famous, very industry standard when it comes to the security aspect of cloud native, and it also applies to the container security aspect as well. Now, let's move on to the image registry part. I mean, after images, we have secured the images, our images are secure, we have discussed the best practices. Now it's time for the place where all these images are stored, right? That is the image registry. So securing that is again even more important than the container images. So again, why? Because safeguarding from unauthorized access and misuse, that's why we are implementing these kind of practices. It reduces basically the risk of deploying compromised images. Again, this is the place where we essentially store all the container images, right? So it becomes more and more important that we implement modern security practices to this particular container registry. Last but not the least is it ensures compliance and trustworthiness of the stakeholders that your organization is associated with, because they will know that you are actually implementing the security measures and you are potentially assessing the security risks that the image registries can be exported to, and you are constantly checking out for security vulnerabilities, or you're constantly checking out for the loopholes. So this is why it is really important to secure your container registries as well. Again, as I mentioned in the image section as well, this is how you can protect. This is the few areas that you can protect your image registry from unauthorized access, image tampering. I mean, the things are same. The idea is same as we compared it with the container registry. The container images. But the idea is container registry is the place that all the container images are stored, and it's become more important when we talk about the security aspect of that. Now, again, the question becomes how can we do that? So I'm going to give you again the simple format that we followed with the previous one, the 4 questions checklist this time, and we'll sort of discuss the best practices quickly with these 4 questions. Starting with the very basic one, is the image registry public or private? Now, one thing I would really love if you will all do is in the chat right now, everyone who's watching, you could very well, we are discussing these particular questions, we are discussing these best practices. So you can very well write in the chat if you are already using it, or if you feel that some best practices you can implement it in your organization. We would love to know that. So is the image registry public or private? So it is always recommended to use a private image registry that brings a lot more security and a lot more control in your hands if you're talking about private image registries. Nowadays, it's, to be honest, pretty simple to use that because we have a lot of cloud providers out there. Even Docker Hub provides it. We have Amazon ECR, DigitalOcean, and a lot of services are present that provides you with a private image registry as well. Now you'll ask, okay, Kunal, I mean, if I don't have the access of a private image registry, I'm sort of making my own personal project, or if I was very small scale organization, what can I do then? If the case is that you are using a public image registry, you definitely have to assess the potential risks that it brings, and you have to implement the security practices according to that, right? So if you're using private image registries, these sort of cloud providers actually take care of everything. But if you're using public, you have to do that manually, or you have to do that self-managed kind of thing. The next one is the image registry server secure? Again, this is one of the most essential aspect, and this becomes quite easy when you are actually using the cloud providers that I mentioned and different services that are already exist. If you're using those, this becomes more simpler because everything is being managed by them, and you just have to grant access and give permissions and those granular permissions that we just talked about. So it becomes quite easy. The main idea is you should restrict network access to the server. There should be only authenticated users being able to access your particular image registry server, and regular patching, hardening, and monitoring should be done of the registry server again and again. This becomes much simpler if you're using the tools that are already present, like I mentioned previously. Are access controls properly configured? So this is a really nice meme that depicts this particular question, managing access manually, and you should always go for something like AWS identity and access management for managing your access. So the idea is basically you have to give granular access controls to the operations like push, pull, and modify the images. Now, by granular, I mean you should always follow a least privilege model. By least privilege model, I mean only give the access that is necessary, not more and not less, right? You might have heard about this least privilege model in the security space as well. This is the number one point. The next one is, again, setting up a necessary authorization mechanism to allow only authenticated users. Again, if you're using something like AWS IAM, this becomes much simpler, and there are a lot of other services that grants you this kind of functionality to be able to implement in your organization. Coming on to my last and but not the least, and one of the most important ones, I would say, is, again, vulnerabilities. Are they being monitored? So this is something which is quite similar to vulnerability scanning. So you constantly have to scan for new vulnerabilities. This was something common with container images. It also implements in container registries as well. So regular monitoring of the stored image is very essential, and you can always integrate a vulnerability scanning tool like Trivy, which is by Aqua Security, a very famous tool out there. Again, it's open source, so you can use it. And the idea is basically you have to continuously monitor for new security loopholes or new security vulnerabilities. That is something that was common with images as well. Over to you, Siddhant.
All right, cool. Thanks for all that information, Kunal. That covers most of the important points on how you can secure your containers. Now let's talk more about the entire build process itself and how you can configure your containers in a secure manner. Most insecurities that arise are usually due to some sort of misconfiguration. So first, let's take a look at this. Next. So in your Docker file, what you usually do is you start out with a base image. This base image can be anything. It can be an Ubuntu image, it can be a Node image, anything. After that, you usually copy your application code into the container. Then you would add your environment variables, any extra configurations, scripts, whatever. And then from that, you would finally build your container image. So that is how you would use your Docker file. Now let's talk a little bit on how you can secure it. Next. So the biggest red flag in any sort of build process that you need to keep an eye out for is privilege escalation. Privilege escalation basically means that you're giving your container root access, which is not a good idea in any scenario. Because then if any malicious parties get access to your container, they will have root access. And since we already saw that your containers are running on top of your existing host kernel, there is a chance that the attacker can find some sort of way to attack your kernel itself. Next. Another thing is you need to reduce the attack space that malicious actors can use. So, for example, let's say you have an Ubuntu image, which is around 300, maybe 400 MBs. So you have so much of space where your attackers can find a vulnerability and latch onto that to get into your system. So this is where using lightweight images can help. Another way to reduce your attack surface is by using multi-stage builds. So if you take a look at this Docker file right here, we're doing it in two stages. In the first stage, we're using Ubuntu 16.04 as our base image, and we're running all of our updates in the container. And in the second stage, we are using an Alpine image as the base image, and we're copying everything from the first stage. So all the tasks which we have run, which needed the dependencies of Ubuntu, we are copying them into the second stage. Next. All right, so why exactly we're using Alpine? So if you look over here, I've just pulled the Ubuntu image and the Alpine image, and look at the size difference. The Ubuntu image is 135 MB, while the Alpine image is just roughly 5.5 MB, which is like a huge difference in terms of attack surface. Next. All right, now we've talked about the build process. Now let's talk about securing your host operating system. Next. So we already discussed that why is the uh, host host security important, because your containers are basically running on your host hardware as itself. We're not virtualizing the hardware like we would do in a virtual machine. Instead, we're using the host operating system, and we're creating containers which are the virtual things. Now basically we have two concepts in containers: C groups and namespaces. Namespaces basically isolate the container processes, so similar to how chroot does it. But please note that in containers we use something called as pivot root and not chroot. You can check that out later. And the second thing is C groups, which is used for resource allocations. So C groups will basically tell the kernel to get a certain amount of system resources from your hardware layer and give it to our containers. Next. One way that we can reduce the host OS vulnerabilities is by, again, using a lightweight host OS. So basically reducing the attack surfaces. So we have many options for this. We have Alpine Linux, we have Debian, we have Arch Linux. And in my very biased opinion, Arch Linux is probably the best because you pretty much can configure every single element of it. Next. All right. Once we have a lightweight image, we also want to make sure that no unwanted parties have access to the host operating system as well. So for this, we would need a pretty robust access control system. So for this, we can prevent network accesses using something like Firewall D. And for the host operating system security as well, for a Linux based system, we can use something like Security Enhanced Linux or SE Linux, or we can use App Armor as well, which is one of the de facto security modules for Linux. Next.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing this, Siddhant. Really, really useful. And I think this is one of the most interesting parts, at least for me, from the entire session, that is talking about tools. So we discussed a lot of nice practices that you can follow in your entire container architecture, different aspects of it. But these kind of the tools that are already out there, especially the open source tools, those actually make your lives pretty easy to use these kind of practices in your day-to-day operation. So let us quickly see that. Now, before moving on to the tools, we can quickly see like how to actually choose a kind of tool. What are the parameters that you can consider before jumping on to actually choosing a particular tool which adheres to the principles of your particular organization? So these are a few things that you should always consider when you are kind of choosing a tool. One is vulnerability scanning. Again, I mentioned always regularly scanning for known vulnerabilities or unknown vulnerabilities as well. That is pretty essential when we're talking about different aspects of a container architecture. Image integrity and verification. There should be some kind of a process to actually verify your images from one data point to another. This can be done through image signing, as I mentioned previously. Runtime security is something that we didn't cover in this particular talk, but again, this is something very important. Monitoring your container activity during runtime, how is it behaving, and whether you found any bug or any errors or any kind of security vulnerabilities through runtime. So you definitely have to see that that kind of tool is actually monitoring your container activity during the runtime. The last but not the least is the compliance and audit capabilities. Is the tool capable producing compliance and audit logs? Is it following some kind of security benchmarks such as CIS benchmarks that we have in the security ecosystem? So these are some of the points that you can always look for, or the parameters that you can always look for before deciding any tool which is right for your organization. So these are sort of the tools that are spread across the entire open source ecosystem. These all are open source, and you can definitely use them in your day-to-day operations. So we have Clear, which can be used for static vulnerability analysis. We have sysdig, specifically sysdig secure, which can be used for container runtime security. We also have something called as SNCC containers that you can use for vulnerability scan and monitoring. I actually have used this hands-on, so it's pretty awesome. You should definitely try it out. You have Cosign, very famous project by Sixstore for image signing. Cubescape by Armo is again a very nice open source project which can be used for vulnerability scanning for images as well as image registry as well. Falco is a CNCF incubating project which can be used for again runtime protection. And last but not the least is Trivi, which can be used for vulnerability scanning of your images as well. Now, these are a few tools. If you are already familiar with some of the tools and you're using them in your organization, we would love to hear them in the chat as well. And yep, we can have a discussion there. Okay, we are about at the end of this session. We talked about a lot of stuff, so let's quickly go through it, and let's summarize it a bit. So we talked about image security, registry security. We talked about after that. Then Siddhant told you about securing the build process, which is pretty important. Host security, which not a lot of people talk about, I believe, and we covered that as well. And at last, not the least, my favorite section was tools that makes everything a lot easier. And these, if you're watching it live right now, or even if you're watching a recording after that, you can scan this particular QR code. We have compiled a list of resources that you can, refer to learn more about container security and sort of other best practices that you can implement in your day-to-day life at your organization. Again, thank you so much, everyone, for listening so patiently. I hope we didn't go over time, but have a good day, everyone. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you both so much, Siddhant and Kunal. That was a fantastic presentation. And, in my own personal experience dealing with containers, development containers and containers for production, I found it to be one of the more difficult areas to get to a net zero in terms of number of vulnerabilities. And what you all shared, those tips are super helpful that I'm going to even take away to apply to my workflow when I'm building this stuff out. So thank you both so much for that. We're going to jump right into the next section.
Okay, thanks so much.
All right.
See you.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. For those of you who are sticking around for our giveaway, we're going to put up another code. So again, you need at least 2 codes. So we've done one already. Here's your second one. So again, thank you, Siddhant and Kunal, for your presentation. So here's the code. If you did watch their presentation, to give you a second, you will need to go to Twitter. You need to follow at DevSecCon on Twitter, and then direct message DM at DevSecCon this code. And then if you missed our first code, there's one more chance to get a second code. So you get this one, and then we have one more coming up after our next presentation. So one more second to get a hold of that. And while you're writing that down, up next, we have Sandeep doing a really awesome presentation. Sci-fi to reality, another use of AI in DevSecOps. So this is a really, really hot topic right now. And honestly, Brian, one that I can't get enough of. The implications of this in the workplace are awesome. So let's go ahead and bring in Sandeep. And there we go.
There he is.
All
hey,
right.
Sandeep. Can we unmute you?
Sandeep, can you unmute yourself?
In StreamYard.
There we go.
There we go. Perfect.
And do you see my screen?
Yes, we'll get it on there in just a second. Thank you so much for joining, and we'll let you take it away.
Yep.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Sandeep.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sandeep, and I'm a principal security architect with SAP Americas. And for those of you who do not know, SAP is mainly in enterprise and business software applications, and our flagship products are S/4HANA, Ariba, Concur, and we have 24 other products in the business application suite. But today I'm here to talk about role of AI in DevSecOps. Now, how AI can be used in DevSecOps and how it can help, right? Improving the way we do the builds right now and deployments. So here is the outlook or the agenda. So initially, I will talk briefly about AI and DevSecOps, which I'm sure all of you know, but I will just try to recap very high level. That way, we get our feet wet with the topic, and we are on the same level field, the same playing field. Then, what's wrong with the DevSecOps, right? Why we need to use AI? I mean, what can AI do for us? And then the role of AI and some tools. And we will also, at the end, we will also talk about advantages or benefits of having AI with us in this journey, as well as like every coin, AI also has some downsides, and what are those? And is there any ROI on the investments that we are making on AI at this stage? So with that, let's get the ball rolling. Rolling. So what is AI, right? And I mean, all of us know these. Basically, we want machine to act like us, basically, right? And do our chores. I mean, inherently, people are lazy, and we want someone else to do our task. So that's what we are trying to do with AI. And it's not that we started doing this year or two ago. We have been trying this since almost 90 years now, since mid 30s. And the first paper actually was published on AI in 1952. So it has a long history. The term AI was actually coined back in 56. So it has long history, as you can see here. I mean, I'm not going to read every line here, but the point here is we got a lot of steam, right, after the launch of ChatGPT in 2022. But actually, first chatbot was introduced in 1961, Eliza. So what took us so long, right? Why didn't gain steam or the speed or the mainstream use cases until now? And the reason is very simple, right? Because we learn, like we people learn from experiences. AI needs data to be trained, right? And for AI data, we did not have data until 10, 15 years ago. That was after we have Google and Facebook and all those social media applications, right, where we started putting down, hey, I'm going to take shower or I'm going to go on vacation. That's where we have so much of what we call OSINT data right out there, and it is what eventually used to train these AI-based tools. So that was the number one factor that why these AI-based tools gained the momentum in last 7 to 10 years. Other thing was the CPU power itself, right? I mean, if you look at the ML algorithms, right, they also need a lot of CPU power, the horsepower. And if you go into the deep learning, which are multiple layers of ML, right, like supervised learning, and like it goes like on and on, right, like 2 or 3 layers to make it a deep learning. And at that point we need lots of horsepower. And in 80s we ran like what, xt286 with 10 gig of 10 megabytes of ram hard disk actually, which was not doable, right? So we did not have the horsepower to do that until last 10 years. And I'm sure it will gain even more speed once we have quantum computing available in mainstream. But it will take some time. But the point is those two factors, the data and the horsepower, were available in last 10 years. And it is why we gain more speed right now of deploying all these tools in every field, including DevSecOps, right? So I'll quickly recap here. The AI can be divided into various subdomains. Now, this is not industry standard or anything. Every textbook, every website has their own way of dividing this. But Wikipedia actually many years, 4 or 5 years ago, had this. And since then, Wikipedia also has changed this. But I like the way they did it earlier. So I use these 6 domains. Now, right now, if you go to Google Translator, Google Translator, or even like Alexa or Siri, they used one or two of these domains, right? Like NLP and knowledge representation but they are not like full blown all domains. So we call them a weak AI, right? Because they're very narrow. They're focused on one domain or maybe two domains at the most. The strong AI or the general AI, which basically means that AI will work at the same level as us people. And for that, we not only need these three domains, we need perception, which is very important because the senses, right? Hearing, seeing, and the social and general intelligence. If we have all the, when we will have all this, it will be a strong AI or AGI, they call it. And we are not there yet, but we are almost 40 to 50% there, because if you look at the autopilot cars like Tesla, right? They know, the car can see, right? If somebody in front of you, it would stop. If someone honks, it would change lane or slow down or whatever, right? So it can hear and see already. It can't smell yet, but we will get there eventually. So when we have all this, it will be AGI, or it will be equivalent to us. And the last is the ASI, the super AI. That means that AI will do more than us, right? It can even dictate us. And it is when, like, I think Stephen Hawking said once, right, that don't try to go to ASI because it will not be good for people. And we have to see if that's the case. First of all, when we get there, and when we do, what happens, right? But that probably will not happen in our life, or at least my lifetime, I should say, right? But we have time. So that is the over, or and yes, and the last very important point, the machine learning and deep learning. Although it's a different subdomain of AI, and I have it at the end here because although although it is a different subdomain, it is used almost anything that we do in any of these domains, right? Like we have to do different, we have to use different algorithms over and over to get some of the data trained and use them in the models. So I mean, they are not really a separate domain. They are part of all of this technically. So now that we are expert in AI, let's kill the DevSecOps concepts, right? Now, why we need DevSecOps, right? Like again, all of you are probably expert in this area, so I don't have to really go in much detail. But briefly, we have like so many security flaws or vulnerabilities found, right, over the last few years. Compared to 2023 is like more than three times, right? And 18,000 vulnerabilities were found in 2020, and almost 60% of those were like high or above. So that's very scary, right? And we got to stop that. We can't wait until enemies at the door and start knocking. We have to catch the enemy right before even it can rise, right? And it's what we do here with this shift left philosophy, because we want to embed the security right in the beginning and have it all the way up to the operation and the deployment and the operations. So it is what that definition basically says here, that we want to integrate, and obviously our goal is to make sure we are secure end to end. So it is why originally it was a secure development lifecycle, but now industry is slowly shifting to secure development and operational, so SDOL instead of SDLC. And the idea behind is not just shift left, just embed all the way across, right? Obviously we start with shift left, but we want to go all the way to the end. So there are in textbooks and website, there are many different way to dissect the process, but I just use these five phase which I think we need to touch upon to understand. And again, I'll go very quickly here, but so we will go with the plan, and in the plan stage, two important thing for security is the one is a threat modeling, another is role assignment, right? When we design or develop, when we design the application, we generate the requirements, we want to know, right, who can access, how they are going to access, from where they are going to access. So all those like access assignment is very important management. I am part of it in designing, and obviously the threat modeling. We want to model the threat, we want to anticipate, right, what could go wrong with this application, and we want to take the steps to prevent those from happening. in the develop stage, right? It's where we do the secure coding, and also take all the inputs, and also take all the input from plan stage to mitigate any potential threat that we see there, right? So that is the other one. Once we develop the secure code, and like I'm sure all of you know, but for the secure coding, there are many labs like Hunter Labs and uh, Secure Warrior, Secure Code Warrior. There are many other labs available to make sure that developers learn how to code securely. Uh, After that, we have a test phase where we want to test, and mainly the static and dynamic scan we want to do right at the least, and make sure that our software is free of any security flaws. And if we find any, we want to analyze them, fix them if they're there, before we release or deploy the software. Once we deploy the software, we have to test the metal, sort of, to figure out how good the application is in terms of attacks and hacking and all that. So we want to do pen testing, red teaming, and even where we store the, after releasing and before deploying, right, where we store the software, that is also very important, because we want to make sure that is the repo is secure, like Artifactory or GitHub or wherever we choose to store, right, the code. So we have to secure that too. And the operations, right, last but not the least, we know it's one of the ignored task in the in the cycle in SDOL, and it is why we want to have the emphasis on that. And we want to we want to monitor, we want to capture the logs, we want to detect anything unusual, and we want to respond to it, right, if we need to. So basically, if you look at here on the right, this is the DevSecOps cycle, and the security we want to integrate with each stage uh, of DevSecOps. So what are the challenges, right? Now we know this design defense in depth concept, and obviously we don't have time to go through each and every layer here. But if you look at the couple layers which are of interest to us, the AppSec as well as the data security, are the two main things, right, that we would worry about right now. And even those, right, there are so many tools and applications to protect these two layers. And just imagine how much data we would generate from this. And if it's a big organization, right, like SAP, for example, where we have like thousands of VMs, right? I mean, how much data and like how many applications, how much code runs, and so it's practically, even right now, although we have these state of the art SIEM tools, it's practically impossible, right? Because we need people, engineers, or the ops team to make sure that they enter the proper baseline, they define everything, they watch, and so we need people, and it's like practically becoming I mean, very hard to manage, right? Difficult to manage all these. Uh, uh, Same thing with the other tools, right? If we have like outdated signature, or signature is not released yet, the tools are not very much uh, useful to us. If we change the industry or the deployment style or anything like that, right, the OSes and all that, we need to re define everything in the tools. So those are another thing. And last but not the least, we have shortage of skilled people like you all, right? So we don't have this kind of people in the industry available right now, in the security industry. So all these things can be handled through proper use of AI. So let's get into the meat of it, right? The AI, the role of AI in DevSecOps, right? So again, on the right, I have the same diagram, but instead of security, I try to emphasize AI here right now to see how it can be integrated with each of these tabs, right? So, uh, as I said earlier, that threat modeling is one of the important component of planning, and it's where we want to use the AI-based tools, right? The threat modeling tools to see what are the different threat scenarios out there, and generate the threat model and see how we can mitigate or secure the code. So we can do it, right? People can do this too, and we are doing it now. But the advantage here is, number one, it would take less time. It makes the things efficient. So this is the benefit, right? Um, Plus, it can also go like much, lot more deeper than what we can think of, right? AI-based tools. And AI-based tools also can provide you the options that how to fix this, right? It's not just, hey, here is the problem, here's the problem, here's the potential problem, and here are the ways you could fix those. So it can go a step further in terms of helping people, and it would save us time, right? The automatic scan and analysis tools, these are again, we need, like, once the code is done, obviously we do the peer review, which is a manual task. But with the AI tool, when we do the static scan and lint and other analysis, right, uh, uh, it can provide the output about what could potentially go wrong, the security flaws or the vulnerabilities, and how to fix those, and if there are any false positive, and all that can be eliminated with the AI tool easily compared to the traditional tools that we use right now. Analytics part, although it says in the predictive analytics, this is more like related to the testing step of our traditional DevSecOps. And here, basically, whatever the output generated with various tools, right, even at the pen testing level and other tools, right, the advanced tools, we want to make sure that AI tools can analyze, right? When we use the AI-based tools, it can analyze the results and provide you even more guidance on how to mitigate those risks and take the security proactive security measures. The continuous, I'm sorry, the continuous uh, more monitoring part. The AI algorithms create a baseline for you, right? So we do not have to define the baseline. So if you change the deployment style or the cloud, the CSP, the cloud service provider, or anything new comes, or you try to deploy the same build pipeline to different industry, you do not have to recreate those baselines and uh, uh, those definitions that you entered in the tools, right? AI tool can learn on its own and generate. So basically, the way it works, like over the time, right? It can learn and then develop the model for us to use and detect a deviation from the baseline, right? So that's another thing, and like automate the operations, right? I mean, the ops team has a headache, right, if doing manually. And patch and change management or IR are the easy examples. But even IAM, right, the access, right, like during the operations, people join the team, people leave the team, and you can't keep defining IPs every time. It be manual task is very difficult, right? Although right now we have a geo based and all that, but again, right, if you want to figure out, okay, somebody logging in from India to my application here in Michigan, at like 2 a.m. my time, what's going on, right? At that point, like AI can detect those, like AI can learn those things that, okay, this is out of time, or this is this, the IP, the incoming IP is not in the range. AI can do that. We do not have to define those anything manually. So what we are doing right now is not going to change per se, but we have to define all these things in the tool right now, and we could enter a incorrect IP address or make a mistake. With AI-based tools, we can eliminate all those errors and time, right? So that's another advantage. The automating the operations, like I said, yeah. So and on the right, as you see, we have AI in the center with all the things. So AI powered tools, right? And again, I'm not trying to endorse one tool over the other, or one programming language over the other, or anything like that. I'm not here to like sell anything. Just these are some of the tools I've used historically, and I have done some work in this area. But This doesn't mean that these are the only thing available, or I ask you to use this or anything like that. And obviously, we don't have time now to go through each and every one individually. Yeah, we are already running late. Uh, we don't have time, right? But please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions on any of these tools, and I'll be very happy to talk about it or work with you or provide some more information on any of those tools. These are all like industry standard tools here, and even the libraries, right? These are all standard ones, but this it could be used when you deploy the DevSecOps pipeline and you're trying to build your own pipeline, right? So benefits, we already touched upon it, right? On the way when I was talking AI benefits of you using AI, because like like we said, right? It first a number one reason we use AI is to enhance the security, right? Because people make mistakes, things could go wrong, people forget things, and all those things can be easily eliminated with the AI based tools. Because like I said, in AI right now also we can automate the things, but we have to define right now, and that's where the problem comes, because we need people to do that, we need skilled people to do that, and again people could make mistake, right? So that thing is eliminated, and because of those reasons it also increases the efficiency, right? Because if I have to do one task, right, I would do like 5-10 times a day, I would get bored, I would slow down. That's not the case with the tool, right? It would do iterative things over and over, and it would improve the efficiency, the speed and the accuracy. This we all already talked about, right? The real time. I mean, it does help. Like we have to see, right, the logs and everything. We have to see. Uh, uh, we have to see to secure, and it's what we are trying to do, right? Again, the baseline and the definitions are entered automatically. I mean, are defined automatically with the tool learning through the learning process, and we don't have to do it with our own effort, right? Basically, people don't need to do that. So that would help. And at the end of all these, like we have all this data, right, by these intelligent tools, that we could make the informed decision at any point if people have to intervene at at any stage in the pipeline, right? So this does really help having the AI tools with us, and it will definitely improve the security and efficiency of the pipeline. So AI tool is probably will be the mainstream use in next few years. But as I said earlier, like every coin, right, AI has its own downside, right? Because AI tools can be hacked or misused, and there are many attacks which AI basically can be done on AI model. Many attacks can be launched, I should say, on the AI tools and the AI chain. But there are few important ones I'm going to discuss here. One is the evasion attacks, right? So it's also known as adversarial attack, and the goal here is the attacker's goal here would be to provide the deceiving input, right? Or like incorrect input, but at the same time it's not too far from the actual input. So basically it's very close to the actual input, but not actual. I mean, it's still wrong, and try to force the deceiving output. That's the attack style here. And this number one and number third one, right? The biased training attack here, the poisoning attacks. This both sounds very close to each other, and they are. But the fundamental difference here is this happens in the AI tool itself, and uh, basically on the model itself, when it's already in the production and being used. While the third one, the poison attack, it's very similar, but it happens on the training data, not the actual tool. So it actually biases the training data, right? You can manipulate the data to basically model to provide the biased output, and it's what people claim and what happened in the elections, right? When one election went one way while everybody was thinking other way, and again, this is all I hear. I don't have any authentic information, but this was just an example. The point here is we could bias data. So if you are trying to sell a product, you could bias the data. So when people ask, and it could give bias to one product over other and things like that, right? So those things could happen, and we have to be aware of it and prevent those things happening. And the third one is the information extraction attack. Now, information extraction attack is basically taking your PII, right, from the from the AI model. So when you work with the AI-based tools, right, like ChatGPT or an AI, and you enter any PII, and if it's stored in there, then attackers would try to get it out. And for that, they use another AI-based tools. It's not that they try to like manually hacking or anything. There are AI-based tools available to extract the information from other tools, right? And this is what happens. And like it is why it is very important, right? When we use your PII, right, anywhere in the software or the storage, it should be masked or encrypted. And back in the day, like this, about 4 or 5 years ago, when AWS introduced Athena, although I haven't used Athena in like 3 4 years now, but when they introduced, it is an ML based tool, basically Athena, and the way it works, that it actually runs through your basically storage media like S3 and other storages, right, in your cloud environment, and it could extract and list all the PII information like SSN, card number, bank account number, anything like that which is not masked or encrypted. If it's in plain text, Athena would extract it for you and list it out and exactly tell you the path where it is. And then your job would be to go and make sure it's hidden, right, like encrypted or masked or anything. So there are tools available to do the attack, extract the information, as well as there are tools available to prevent those things happening. And again, Athena is an example, right? I mean, there are many tools. Azure also has tool available, so it's GCP. So these are the attacks on AI. And when we use AI-based tools, we have to make sure that we at least avoid these three kinds of attacks, if not more. 2 more minutes. So I know I'm running over time, guys. I'll take a couple minutes here. So is there any ROI on AI? And the AI, as you see here, right, the business standard claim that by end of 2023 we will have like 500 billion invested in AI, right? So CISOs are spending billions, literally, right, to get to this AI-based tool and chain in place. So is it a real deal, right, or it's just a bandwagon and everybody said, okay, let's get into it because other one is going. So right now there is no real return, right, on this investment for sure. At least with respect to the amount that we are investing, we are nowhere close to get same kind of return on this. But it will eventually, right, in next 5 years, we will see more robust output or use cases of AI-based tools, and more advanced tools will be available. But right now, it's just a money pit for most organizations because it is going. People are investing money, and return is very less because we are still in the element, not like infant stage, but maybe a toddler stage. So there is some time to go. So this is all I have. I think I tried to explain what AI was, what is DevSecOps, how we can use AI with DevSecOps, what are the benefits, what could go wrong, and the investment philosophy that we are going through right now. Here are my different social media accounts: LinkedIn,
Excellent
Twitter,
stuff,
Instagram, and
Sandeep.
Medium.
We appreciate you coming here, and I really loved the beginning of it, especially learning more about the history of that. It's not something that's usually offered up as part of presentations around AI. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And yeah, we appreciate you coming in.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye.
All right, folks, with that, we're going to be on a break so that you can take a moment to go get a cup of coffee, a beverage of your choice, whatever it may be. Step away, walk around a little bit, but feel free to keep the stream going. We're going to be here, Kenny and I, step through a few little housekeeping things to keep you entertained if you're interested in more content and don't want to step away just yet. But if you do, you have a few minutes, we'll be back with the next. Coming up next after the break, I've always wanted to say that like I'm on a TV show, right? Coming up next after the break, we have a lightning talk, security testing during ideation, a hackathon perspective, and then defending a regular session, defending your cloud native apps against the serverless top 10. So if you're interested in that, be sure to be back here in about 10 minutes or so. Kenny, what else do we got to cover during the break?
I think we have a giveaway code that we need to put up.
That is true.
So we do have some more codes. We have this one, and how many more do we have? We have 1,
2, 3.
Okay, so we have more. I had said before we only had 3, so you needed 2 of the 3. We have more than that. So you do have some more chances to get some codes if you've missed our first 2 presentations. So again, here's your code, courtesy of Sandeep. Thank you for your presentation. So go ahead and take note of that code. The way to enter is to DM at DevSecCon on Twitter. There's a pinned tweet over there with all the instructions, but you'll need this code. So go ahead and grab that. But like you said, we are going to be on a break. So had some great sessions from, from an AI perspective, container security. Again, those are near and dear to my heart. So I love those. And I think we got some other great ones coming up here soon. What else do we need in the giveaway reminders? So
we have to remind folks about BrightSec's doing a presentation right now. And part of you winning their giveaway, you need to attend that presentation. So if you are over on the Hopin platform, if you're not there, be sure to go to DevSecCon.com. You'll be able to register and get access to the Hopin platform. Then once you're in Hopin, you head on over on the left-hand side of the navigation. There's the expo room. You scroll down a little bit, and you'll see the BrightSec booth. And they're live right now. There's a little live indication over their booth, and you'll be able to tune into that presentation and get credit for the giveaway that they're going to be doing.
Yep, and they're doing Nintendo Switches as well, so just another way to get your hands on one. But then also throughout the break, make sure you check out all the other booths for all of our other sponsors. They're doing some swag giveaways as well, so you can enter there. Let's see. I guess we could talk about our chapters now. Is that up here? Do you have that?
Yeah, I got you.
So we do have chapters. DevSecCon is a global community with chapters all across the globe. Here in the Americas, we do have several chapters. A lot of them are brand new, getting off their feet. Some of them have been around for quite a while. Shameless plug, I run the Dallas DevSecCon chapter. So there's a lot of representation here in DC, DSC 24. So be sure to check those out. Again, you can get more specific information on these chapters by joining the Discord channel. So if you get on the Discord channel, you can communicate with the chapter members. But these are local meetups. They happen pretty regularly every month, every other month or so. And they're doing very similar talks like these. Some of them are in person, some of them are remote, some are both. But they're doing some really great talks on container security, cloud security, all things DevSecOps, everything in between. A lot of good stuff there. So be sure to check out chapters. Join one if there's one in your area. If you want to run one, if you want to start a chapter, please let us know. Again, hit us up on the Discord channel.
And to get access to this Discord channel, if you go to DevSecCon.com, there's a button that says join the community, and then that'll bring you to a page where there's another button that says find us on Discord, and that will get you into that server directly. All right, the next up that we have is DevSecCon for Good, a reminder of that. And one of the organizations that your donations goes towards is NetHope. So in order to help us learn more about that, we have a quick video to show you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying DevSecCon 24 so far and have learned so much from our amazing speakers. As all of you might know, all the proceeds from DevSecCon 24 are being donated to organizations that are either helping diversify the tech industry, using tech for good, and reducing carbon footprint. Today, I am joined by the amazing team at NetHope, Diana Langley and Lance Pierce, and we're going to find a little bit more about this organization and why we've chosen them to benefit from some of these proceeds. But before we get into that, I'd love both of you to introduce yourself. Diana, do you want to go first?
Sure. Hi, I'm Diana Langley. I am NetHope COO. What that means in our context is I look after our member programs and our member engagement. And before I was with NetHope, I was with Oxfam for 10 years.
Amazing. And Lance, how about you?
Great. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Diana. Lance Pierce, I'm the CEO of NetHope, and it's such a pleasure to be here with all of you. I have been at NetHope now for about 2.5 years, and we've been working on, trying to realign our agenda, working with our amazing members, working with our incredible partners to really meet the new challenges that are afoot in the world today. I spent 15 years working in the climate change and sustainable finance space before this, and was actually working in the tech sector during the dot-com boom and bust. Remember where I was when NetHope was founded, and so it's just a real pleasure to be back in the sector working in this way and able to bring new partnerships to bear with all of our exciting new collaborators.
No, definitely. Oh, that bubble bursting. But Lance, can you tell the people listening, what is NetHope? What are your missions, your goals? What are you all about?
Yeah, NetHope was founded 22 years ago as an intentional partnership between the tech sector and the relief, development, and humanitarian sectors. There was a recognition that the then new technologies were going to really be transformative in every way. And there was a need to work together to ensure that these mission-based organizations, which are NetHope's members, had the right kind of tools, the right kind of technologies, the right sort of mindset, the right kind of capacity building in order to be able to take those tools and serve the people that they serve around the world. So NetHope's member organizations serve on the order of 1.6 billion people in over 190 countries around the world. We have 65 member organizations that are made up of some of the leading names in the international development space, in the humanitarian relief space, and in global conservation. And of course, we work with our tech sector partners as well, who are the leading brands in the space. And we really exist to be a mission accelerator. We try to take digital data and the power of tech sector partnerships to really uplift the work of our member organizations, help them do what they do better so that they can serve more people more effectively in more places around the world.
That's absolutely amazing. Definitely, I think a partnership that is well needed in sort of this world of technology. Now, Diana, I understand that NetHope has some awesome programs, and even sort of our audience here, very much developer security-minded humans. Could you tell me a little bit about some of the programs that you're leading?
Sure. So when we think about NetHope, we like to think about the fact that we because of that association of all the nonprofits, and it's digital throughout all of their value chain, it's everything that they do. We do a lot of programs that are, for example, connectivity in hard to reach places. So it's one thing getting a broadband connection in your home. It's a completely different thing trying to get a broadband connection in a refugee camp, for example, or directly after an earthquake. And NetHope is the one that goes in and creates that lifeline at that moment. Yeah. In that moment, of course, there is a cybersecurity thing, because these are very vulnerable people. We are connecting them. We're taking information. We know who they are. Sometimes there's advocacy things that are happening. You can imagine that if there was a breach in that sort of situation, vulnerable people are then taken even further towards the brink, for example. So that's one of the programs that we do. But because it's through the supply chain and the value chain of what the nonprofits do, we also look at things, for example, of what does their headquarters or operational security look like? What does their cybersecurity look like there? And so we're we've done training of currently 73 people from something like 35 countries around the world to become cybersecurity specialists in their organization. We do everything from how to talk to your board about cybersecurity. And actually today we're launching, we have a big report called The State of Cybersecurity that's being launched. So that is today is talking about how we need to advocate for better standards of cybersecurity in the nonprofit sector and also the way it's funded. And in that moment, then NetHope provides, for example, a virtual chief information security officer.
Oh, wow.
We are also launching a global humanitarian ISAC because it's lovely that you may have the people to try and sort it out, but we need to be a collective on it. We need to work together with the right information at the right time. And that's what NetHope does on behalf of its members all together.
Wow, that's absolutely amazing. And if anyone who would like to actually access that report, you can click on the link that's now showing up on the screen and see all the amazing work that NetHope is doing. I'm sure that report took a lot of hard work and timing. So congratulations on the launch of that report.
Thank you very much. Yes, it takes a little bit. Nobody wants to talk about their cybersecurity. I think, one of the headline stats that we like to talk about, which is it's quite a stark statistic, but important to realize, is that the nonprofits that the big names that are working in the places that are hard to reach and really complicated contexts, we have 65 brands in NetHope that work there. Less than 10% of them have a CISO.
Wow.
And it's not because they don't know they need one, it's because it's very difficult to afford one.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one of the things that's discussed in the report about how can we change that reality so that we can get the right kind of skill sets into nonprofits and make them safer.
No, definitely. And Lance, I would love to actually then talk a little bit about how NetHope, collaborates with different nonprofits and technology companies to, promote this positive social impact. How does that synergy work together?
Well, we've been actually talking about all the ways in which we're working together through the community as part of our ongoing strategic planning process right now, which we're in the middle of our consultation phase for the plan, where we're talking to our corporate partners, we're talking to our member organizations about some of the key work streams that we're going to be pursuing together in the future. And those are really around areas like digital skills and leadership. We know that skills are identified really everywhere across the community as being fundamental to the ability to even take advantage of some of the new tools and technologies, but also as part of your maturity curve and becoming a more sophisticated organization in terms of what you can do and how you can do it with the new tools. Digital inclusion is another area that we're really focused on. The technologies have even though they can be incredibly transformative, they have the potential to exacerbate current inequalities, to exacerbate the divide between those who have and those who have not. And so we really work to try to embed this thinking of inclusion across the range of our full programming, engage our partners on that, engage our member organizations as well. Digital protection, as Diana was talking about, is sort of another area that we're really focused on. It's this idea that if you're a humanitarian organization or a conservation organization, that there is cybersecurity in the narrow sense of that word, and the way that industry might use that word, but the digital protection envelope is much bigger than that. It intersects with physical security. It intersects with the way in which that you can still provide openness in your systems and equity in your systems, and at the same time be secure and provide the services to vulnerable people in marginal contexts or potentially dangerous contexts, as in conflict zones. So it's an area that there's not been enough work on at that intersection, and the report released this week is really intended to highlight many of those issues and help us find a way to really lift everybody's awareness about how to handle these issues better and more humanely. The two other areas in our plan right now are around innovation and digital transformation. That's an area that NetHope's been involved with really from the very beginning. All of our tools and assessments and services and the work we've done in the past on that, and increasingly the work that we're being asked to do on data for impact and AI are also in that critical work stream that we're working on as well. And the new area that is really on our radar today is around climate change and technology for adaptation and resilience. We've launched a new climate program within the past year here at NetHope, and every member organization in the network is dealing with climate change in one way or another, whether it's in the form of extreme weather events or whether it's in the form of some of the nature-based solutions that our conservation members are focused on as part of how we're going to get past the problem. And so we're really working on trying to understand what are the tools, what are the opportunities for our community to make a unique contribution to human well-being and to managing in the context of a changing planet as we all try to live together here in ways that are going to create a future for our children. So all of that is really only made possible when we've got a true collaborative spirit working across the private sector, across the member sector, with the governments and multilaterals that are involved. This is really it's an all-in effort. And so our job really is to help be a facilitator, enable the leadership of others, and to really try to help this community find new ways to make a contribution.
That's absolutely amazing. I know we've only got a little bit of time left, but I wanted to make sure that everyone listening to this understands maybe how they can potentially get involved, whether it's, organizationally, individually. What are the things our audience can potentially do today, tomorrow, to get involved and help NetHope?
Well, I think I'm immediately going to say that we would love if you downloaded and read the report. Mostly because it is a space that is not well understood about how cybersecurity is different in nonprofits, and so more people knowing that is helpful. We would really like that. We would love any signal boost because we need to change the state of affairs. And so folks here that understand cybersecurity, really understand the technical part about how difficult this is, we need your voice. So we would appreciate that as well. And then we have a summit coming up, and we would love folks to come and join us at our summit because, again, it's a collective effort. These nonprofits and the wanting to do good in the world, we really only do that when we join together in spaces like yours and spaces like ours. So we would invite folks to come and join us too.
Yeah, that's terrific. And I would, just to build on that, say that the summit is coming up in October. We're opening for registration and would welcome collaborators and colleagues from all over the world to take part with us. That's from the 17th to the 19th of October in Munich, in Germany. And I would just say, too, that in addition to doing things like following us on social media so we can help you stay informed about things that are going on in our world, we'd also, where possible, like to ask you to donate if you can. NetHope works closely with companies. We need your talent. We need your technology. We need your love, your passion, and your support. But we also need your money. It's how we help pay for the skills and talents of the amazing people on the NetHope team to go out and build this program that's really badly needed everywhere and that we're really uniquely positioned to provide. So really want to thank everybody for that.
And as Lauren said, if you would like to donate to NetHope today, you can click the button on the left-hand side of your screen. There's a big DevSecCon for Good button there, and it'll take you to the giving page. Anything from $1 up to whatever you can give, and that money will be evenly distributed across the 3 charities that we have at the bottom of the screen. So please help us achieve our goals. Click on that button today, and let's help NetHope as well as Girls in Tech and One Tree Planted do the amazing things they are doing. But thank you to both of you for joining me on stage today. It was really lovely to chat. And everyone else, enjoy the event.
Awesome stuff. Awesome. Thank you, Sam, and the folks over at NetHope. What a great cause. And if you're just tuning in, welcome back from the break. We just learned more about one of the organizations that the donations go to as part of DevSecCon for Good. All right, without further ado, let's jump right into our next session, which is a lightning talk by Keith, who's going to be talking about security testing during ideation, a hackathon perspective. Hello, Keith.
Hey, Brian, how are you?
Great, great. How are you?
Good, thanks.
All right, take it away.
Well, first of all, I'm honored to be here as part of DevSecCon 24. My name's Keith McDuffie. I've been working as a hands-on manager of DevSecOps for quite some time. I'm also a proud Sneak ambassador. I know you've already heard a bit about shifting left today. You probably hear a lot more about that as the day goes on. And I'm here to talk about exploring the idea of using internal team building hackathons as part of establishing a proactive security posture for your applications, basically as far left and as early as possible. I'll quickly get into the importance of security in software development. The earlier, the better. And how far shifted left have we traditionally been going, and how much further can we go? How can we use internal hackathons, often the earliest stages of ideation, as a means of early detection? And what are some of the added benefits and pitfalls you might run into when putting on an internal hackathon event? And this probably isn't the audience to lecture on the importance of secure software development. We all know this. It's why we're listening to all these talks today, right? So, but everyone who should be concerned isn't necessarily here today. So it's partially our responsibility to get everyone on the right track and at the right time, which is before you even begin. Security isn't something we can simply add to a project at the end, like a final coat of paint. Instead, it should be woven into the fabric of the entire SDLC, right? From the concept stage through to maintenance. It's like constructing a building, right? You wouldn't add the foundation after the rest of the structure is built, right? Not unless you had no choice. Security is not an afterthought. It's a crucial part of software development. When software is built with security in mind from the beginning, it becomes more robust and less susceptible to attacks. And we often think about shifting left in terms of implementing security considerations during design or the requirements analysis phase. But what if we could move it back even further? In the initial stages of ideation, the cost of change is the lowest. If we consider and detect potential security threats at this point, we can steer the project in a direction that inherently mitigates these risks. That saves time and resources and might avoid potential complications down the road. But how can we effectively bring security discussions into the idea generation phase? Well, one powerful strategy is through internal hackathons. We organize diverse teams to ideate, innovate, and detect potential security threats before they even get to a formal, traditional SDLC pipeline. Internal hackathons provide a platform where new ideas can be stress tested for security risks in a controlled, incentivized environment. Through competition and collaboration, these hackathons bring security to the forefront, ensuring it's woven right into the fabric of the project right from the beginning. And we could do this by embedding automated security scanning tools like Sneak right into the judging process. You may have heard, maybe even participated in external hackathons, but unlike external hackathons where a company might reach out to the public for competition to innovate something for them in exchange for big prizes or money, internal hackathons involve organizing teams of employees within your company, usually from diverse departments. They are set out to create something new and valuable for the company, and within a defined short time frame. The goal is to unleash the creative potential of the participants and encourage them to think outside of their daily work boxes and give them something different to do and have fun doing it and collaborating with different people that they may not do so with on a day-to-day basis. The competitive spirit, the mix of skill sets, and the limited time frame can lead to a flurry of creativity and innovation, bringing projects into the mix that may have otherwise taken weeks or months to surface. So where does security fit into this dynamic? Well, the recent advancements in automated security scanning tools, AI that you just recently heard about, we can incorporate a security evaluation aspect into the internal hackathons. And as part of the judging criteria, along with creativity, teamwork, and cost effectiveness, these tools can evaluate and score the security robustness of the team's code. And this brings a whole new dimension to a hackathon. Not only do teams have to be creative and efficient, but they also need to consider how secure their solutions are from the onset. And with this in mind, internal hackathons then serve a dual purpose. They stimulate innovation and simultaneously instill a mindset of secure coding among the participants. And As a result, the shift left strategy is reinforced as a natural part of the development process right from the idea generation phase. A primary benefit of adding security scoring in internal hackathons is that they instill a integral culture of security conscious development. And when automated security scanning tools are incorporated into the hackathon process, the participants gain like a firsthand experience in developing code with security as a priority, especially when winning or losing is at stake. And the teams are encouraged to consider security risks right from the get-go. And that reinforces the shift left approach and ensures security is considered from the earliest stages of the SDLC. Another key advantage is the hands-on learning experience that hackathons offer. By integrating real-time automated security feedback into the hackathon process, developers are alerted to potential security flaws in the code as they happen, not later. This immediate feedback allows them to adapt and improve their code during the event itself. A learning experience is carried forward into their regular work. And by implementing tools right into the scoring process, like StackRef does with Sneak, GitHub Actions, GitLab pipelines, etc., developers see firsthand how these tools make a difference in the real world. And we can place automated security scanning tools right into each team's creations and make its results available to judges. And hackathons also cultivate a sense of ownership and awareness of security. They're not just coding to create functionalities, they're coding to create secure functionalities and to win, right? So this ownership enhances the overall security mindset with the teams and raises the collective security standards of the software they help build. And finally, internal hackathons often give birth to secure, innovative solutions that can be directly integrated into the organization's processes or products. This immediate applicability results in a more secure software portfolio for the company, and it contributes to a more secure digital landscape overall. To run a successful internal hackathon, clear objectives are crucial. You want to make sure that you're articulating what you aim to achieve through the hackathon, whether it's solving a specific problem, exploring new ideas, or enhancing security robustness of your products. A well-defined goal provides direction and purpose and helps people to look forward to participating. And remember to encourage diverse participation, a mix of roles, different perspectives. They can lead to more innovative and comprehensive solutions, including team members from non-technical backgrounds. They can provide fresh insights into and help uncover security concerns that might have otherwise been overlooked. And yes, that means getting marketing people involved, salespeople, management, and give them all the role. Remember, security is an everyone responsibility. And then provide access to necessary tools and resources. Ensure participants have access to coding platforms, databases, automated security scanning tools, and time. A StackRef, for example, we provide isolated cloud sandboxes for teams to work in, provision resources, and automatically scores them with submissions on security and other factors. No need to dedicate your own staff to worry about and do these things. Also providing educational resources about secure coding practices. Get your development teams trained so they're not going into the competition blind to bad coding practices. And make security part of the judging criteria. Code scanning, even dynamic scanning when you can, all part of the team's presentation. This reinforces the importance of secure coding practices and encourages participants to prioritize security in their projects. And foster a supportive, collaborative environment. Hackathons can be competitive, but it's the collaborative spirit that can often lead to the most innovative solutions. And make sure to involve even the most senior developers, encourage mentorship and learning. And it's also important, of course, that everyone's having fun. At a high level, when you're organizing an internal hackathon, there are three main stages: planning, execution, and post-event review. In the planning stage, you want to define clear objectives, have a means for assembling diverse teams, decide on the budget, the necessary tools, resources, set up the automated security scanning tools. During execution, ensure the healthy competition, encourage collaboration and learning, keep an eye on security considerations through the whole process, keep communication flowing, add fun aspects to the event. One of the things we used to do, we used to like to give out virtual money to teams, spend on things like, hey, time with a subject matter expert for an hour, pay for to present last in the competition, pay for stacks for the team. At the end, how much money you have left could be part of the judging process. And Post-event review, evaluate what went well, what didn't, take feedback for future improvements, and acknowledge the innovative projects and make sure that anything that won has a path forward to making it become a reality, a secure reality. Don't make them all work for nothing. There are some pitfalls to consider. Lack of clear objectives. What's it for? Why are we doing this? Make sure it's not overly competitive. Maintain a balance of healthy competition and fun collaboration. Make sure you have the resources you need. As stated, the essential tools for the security scanning, cloud sandboxes. Have some of this done for you, and don't take the ops away from the enjoyment of the hackathon. Let them participate. Try to set aside normal working hours for a hackathon so people aren't feeling like they're putting in overtime. And failing to follow up on that post-event can mean missed opportunities. Make sure to conduct reviews, provide feedback, celebrate achievements, and don't let those winning projects languish. If they're truly of value, give them a purpose. So we've got all these automated security scanning tools like Sneak, and it's a great way to introduce them to development teams. They can be used to evaluate and score the security posture of a team's code, and that promotes the idea of security-first development. Hackathons do more than just yield innovative solutions. They instill a culture of security-conscious development. They provide a hands-on learning experience, and part of that learning experience has to involve security. So say it with me, when it comes to security, the earlier it's considered, the better. And internal hackathons might just be the platform to promote this shift. And when security falls flat, everyone loses. Thank you.
Awesome stuff, Keith. And thank you so much for that insightful talk on running those hackathons. And really timely, as Micah in our YouTube chat mentioned, that Sneak has an upcoming hackathon going on too. So cool stuff. Really insightful. Thanks so much, Keith. We're going to have to let you go, and we're going to run into the next section. But I do, there were some questions in the chat that you might want to check out.
Okay, thanks.
All right. All right, Kenny, who do we have next?
Up next, we have Raz. Sorry, Raz. Is that how you pronounce your name? Raz?
It's Raz, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you for
Try
being
to
here.
pronounce my last name.
I will pass. You know, I've tried and I've failed. So, but thank you for being here. I'll go ahead and introduce yourself, let you take it away, and get to your presentation.
Awesome, thank you. So, let's get started. So, hi everyone. I'm very excited to be speaking with you all today, and hopefully you're enjoying all the amazing sessions and you're learning a lot. And I do hope that you had a chance to check out our amazing co-founder Ajit. He was a keynote speaker here as well, Aviram Shmueli. And I hope that you will learn from this session too. So let's get started. Today, I want to talk about how you can defend your cloud-native apps against OWASP serverless top 10. Now, securing your web application could be a very hard thing to do if you don't know how. But luckily, we have organizations like OWASP that really points out the common threats and the right open source tools that we can utilize in order to make our application much more secure. Before we dive in, I think that we need to do a quick introduction. So my name is Raz Probstein. I'm a solution engineer at JIT. I've been a full stack engineer for many years, actually, and I've joined JIT about 10 months ago as a full stack engineer. And after about 8 months of this position, I've decided that I want to do a little bit of a shift and become a solution engineer. I'm also studying for my bachelor's degree in biotechnology, and that's about me. I do want to tell you about JIT as well. So JIT is an open DevSecOps orchestration platform. We're helping modern dev organizations own their application security without hurting the dev velocity. We're automating the best open source security tools. We're integrating security across your entire lifecycle, code, infrastructure, CI/CD pipeline, and runtime. And of course, JIT is 100% built in serverless. So you probably wonder how we secured our platform with the hundreds of Lambda functions, the event bridges buses, the DynamoDB tables, we have SQS queues, we have API gateways. Well, we realized that we must have a battle plan. We need to understand what are the risks that we're up against to, and we need to know what tools we want to use, right? The soldier in this battle. So we started by looking for an existing list of top security risks for web application. We found out that there is one popular organization that was posting and sharing a list every year. The name of this organization is OWASP. OWASP Top 10 is a great starting point for the battle plan, and we will shortly see how. Before we jump into OWASP Top 10 list, I want to talk about the basics. What is the difference between a classic app and a modern app? And specifically, how is this different affect us? Let's take a look at the shared responsibility model, and we'll start with a classic app. AWS is recognized as a highly secured environment, right? Our infrastructure is monitored 24/7. It offers a lot of capabilities to improve resilience, and it allows encryption in the data that is flowing across the network before it's leaving our site. Since very early days when customers build secure application on AWS, we've been using the shared responsibility model. We can see here that the customer, which is us, is in charge of stuff like traffic protection and server-side encryption. This is mostly relevant for serverless, but what about serverless? With serverless, we're expected to take care of a much smaller part of the stack. We have to rely on years of expertise, of knowledge, and best practices. Everything is available at our fingertips. The entire part of infrastructure has been removed from us, but as you can see here, there are still some part of this shared responsibility model that we need to take care of. This is exactly where OWASP Top 10 come to our help. It doesn't matter if you're designing any application, not only serverless. I do want to give you a bit of a background on OWASP. So OWASP is a nonprofit organization that was founded in 2001 with the simple goal of helping security experts protect their web application from cyber attacks. They released multiple popular open source tools like Zap, and they also released some key publications like DSOM and the OWASP Top 10 list. They've been updating this list yearly since 2003, and this list offers ranking and some remediation guidelines for the top risks for web applications. With the years, they created even more dedicated lists for serverless apps, mobile apps, API, CI/CD pipeline, and so much more. Today, we will focus on the OWASP Top 10 for serverless. This is the QR code. It would take you straight to the project page of OWASP Top 10 for serverless. I'll wait for a second just so you'll have the chance to scan it. And if you don't, then you can find it pretty easily on Google. So I think that this was enough time for you to scan it. And now we'll quickly go over the top 10 list items just to cover that and get you guys started. The first item is broken access control. This describes the risk of compromising overprivileged Lambda functions, which could lead to unauthorized access to resources and data leakage. Sensitive data exposure means that we're storing sensitive data in plain text or even using weak cryptography on any storage. This is extremely common, as well as writing data to /temp directory and not deleting it after. This could lead into sensitive data leakage. The third one is injection. This describes the risk of compromising apps through crafted payloads that are being injected in the user input through various sources. It could be emails or S3 buckets. XML external entities. A successful XSC attack in serverless applications could lead mostly into function code leak and other sensitive files that are located in the environment, like environment variables or files under /temp. Security misconfiguration described the very common risk of application security being misconfigured, like over permissive functions or lack of security hardening. Moving to using components with known vulnerabilities. This described the common supply chain attack risk of using third-party libraries with known vulnerabilities. This could lead to various breaches as well. Cross-site scripting, XSS. This described the risk of untrusted input that is being used to generate data that ends up in the DOM without performing proper escaping. For web services, this is typically to extract untrusted data from a JSON. Insecure deserialization described the risk in the fact that most functions use third-party libraries in order to handle the deserialization and serialization of data. This usually results in running arbitrary code that could eventually lead to data leakage, and in severe cases, even resource and account control. Broken authentication, having access to functions without authentication can lead to sensitive data leakage and potentially could also lead to breaking the system's business logic and flow of execution. The last item is insufficient logging and monitoring. This refers to lack of proper monitoring through logs and incident response processes, which basically means that we're allowing attacks to stay undetected. So in order to make it easier to remember all those risks, let's split them into security domains. So we have identity and access, we have code, we have data, and we have logging and monitoring. All right, then. So this was kind of an overview, and hopefully you're alive. Now that we have the foundations and the basics, I hope that it's making more sense in terms of what is the OWASP top 10 list, and you have a better understanding of the risks. Now, for the sake of time, we won't describe in details all those risks. I will focus on these 7, and for each of them, we will talk about the best open source tools and services that we can use. We're going to talk about broken access control. We're going to talk about sensitive data exposure, injection, using components with known vulnerabilities, insecure deserialization, and broken authentication, and lastly, insufficient logging and monitoring. All right, so how do we approach this? The easiest way to go over a list is to work by flow. For every item, we need to understand the risk. We need to state what do we need to do in order to protect ourselves from it and to prevent it. We need to find the best tool to help us in our task. And for the next level, we need to automate, but we'll get to this as well. So OWASP already did the first 3 steps for us. So all we have to do is learn and implement. Let's start with the first topic that we're going to dive into, and this is broken access control. I think that this is clear to all of us that we're in charge of our applications authorization to other parts of the system, including, of course, our data. If you don't do that, then you're risking your serverless apps, modification or deletion of data, execution of unauthorized code, data leakage from cloud storage or databases. The basic requirements for my app should include strong authentication. We need to ensure that our functions are running with least privilege, and we need to have regular access logs audits. So we need to find a tool that checks for least privilege IAM roles. Here are some great tools for the rescue. I'm not going to describe all of them, but just for example, PMapper, Principal Mapper. This is a script and a library that identifying risk for the configuration of IAM. We have Policy Sentry. This is AWS IAM List Privilege Policy Generator, Auditor, and Analysis Database. So moving on to the next item, injection. Lack of input validation could lead to exploits like SQL injection. We're risking privilege escalation, execution of unauthorized code, and data leakage. What do we need to do in order to protect ourselves? We need to validate the data input. We need to ensure that our functions are running with least privilege, and we need to ensure that we're monitoring our functions at runtime. So we need to find a tool that checks that we're not vulnerable to traditional injection attacks, and we need to make sure that our functions don't have wide privilege scopes. A few cloud-native services that can really help us here: IAM Access Analyzer to apply the least privilege principles to our functions. We have CloudWatch Logs and CloudTrail for the monitoring part. And if your functions are accessible externally through API Gateway, I highly advise you to use DAS tool, like the very popular OWASP Zap for pen testing. Moving to using components with known vulnerabilities. This one is a well-known one, yet most of the public breaches are still related to it. The risks here are denial of service attacks, malware and ransomware attacks, and data breaches. In serverless apps, you don't need to deal with hardware, so no OS patches required here, but you do still need to ensure that you don't use dependencies with known vulnerabilities. So we basically need to scan our libraries for vulnerabilities. Here are a few open source tools that can help us detect malicious libraries in our code. So we have OSV Scanner. This is a recent tool that is maintained by Google and supporting most of the package managers. We have NPM Audit for NPM packages. We have Nancy for Go, and we have Dependency Check, which is mostly for Java. The next item is insecure deserialization. Dynamic languages like Python and Node.js, together with the common usage of JSON, which is a serialized data type, this could make deserialization attacks a little bit more common in serverless world. The fact that most functions use third-party libraries to handle the serialization and deserialization of data could introduce such weakness to our serverless app. Now, insecure deserialization usually results in running arbitrary code that could eventually lead to data leakage and as I said in the beginning, in severe cases, even resource and account control. How to prevent those attacks? We need to validate serialized objects that are originating from untrusted data like cloud storage, database, emails, notification, APIs. We need to review third-party libraries for known deserialization vulnerabilities. And it is also a good practice to monitor deserialization usage and exception to identify possible attacks. So we need to find tools that checks the serialized object and scans the code libraries for vulnerabilities. Well, the SCI tools that I've mentioned before can really help us here as well. OSP Scanner, NPM Audit, Nancy, and Dependency Check. And the DAS tool, we have OWASP-ZAP for the rescue of them. All right, so how's everyone doing? Are we all okay? Awesome, because we've covered 4 items by now. We've covered broken access control, we've covered injection, using components with known vulnerabilities, and insecure deserialization. We have 3 more to go, so I hope you're awake and ready for the next one. The next one is broken authentication. Broken authentication is usually a result of poor design of identity and access controls. In serverless architectures, we have multiple potential entries. We have services, events, triggers. Things can get a bit more complex here. We're risking data leakage and potentially broken execution flow. So we need to make sure that we're not allowing threats through authentication. But how do we do that? So we need to make sure that we don't have unauthorized endpoints. We need to make sure that we're managing our users correctly. Of course, our infrastructure must use central authentication method for inter-services, which basically mean that we need to use authentication inside the services as well. If something happens, we want to make sure that the data flow is secured. Lambda and services should require authentication, and we need to verify that we don't have any unmanaged resources like S3 buckets or IP addresses. By doing this, we're making sure that nothing can penetrate our app from the outside world. So we basically need to find a tool that checks for runtime misconfiguration. Prowler is a great open source security tool that performs AWS security best practice assessments, audit, incident response, continuous monitoring, and hardening. Using Prowler, we get the runtime misconfiguration scan, and we get constant monitoring and logging. This is extremely important because if something does happen, we need to know about it. We want to have a log to look at so we can find the issue when it happens, and we want to handle it. Logs also make our research easier so we can find a solution faster. Here as well, OWASP-ZAP can really help us with detection. So we have Prowler and ZAP now. This is about the broken authentication, and we're moving on to sensitive data exposure. Sensitive data exposure is a concern in serverless architecture as in any other architecture. Most of the methods that are used in traditional architecture, such as stealing keys, performing man-in-the-middle attacks, and stealing readable data at rest or in transit, all still apply in serverless application. But the data sources might be different here. Instead of stealing data from a server, the attacker can target cloud storage like S3 buckets and database tables. So we need to make sure that our sensitive data is not accessible from public resources. We need to store as little as possible, which means we're only storing what is actually necessary. We need to make sure that we're encrypting the stored sensitive data. We need to encrypt the data that is flowing in runtime. So we want a tool that searches for hard-coded secrets, and we want a tool that checks that the traffic is encrypted at rest and in transit as well. I will show you 3 tools that can really help us here. And the first one is GitLeaks. GitLeaks detects multiple types of secrets like API keys and tokens. It searches in Git history, and it can be easily integrated in the CI/CD. And the other 2 are Prowler and ZAP that I've mentioned before. So again, we see that some tools actually help us with more than one threat. Moving on to the last item of the list today. So this is insufficient logging and monitoring. The risks are fairly simple here. If your monitoring is lacking, attackers may stay undetected. Not having an incident response process may delay the breach remediation, and this is making the data loss even more catastrophic. So in order to handle those risks, we need to have enough logging both for our app and our infrastructure. This will allow you to investigate the issue when they will occur. And in addition, having a basic incident response process in place really help us saving crucial time when there is an incident. So how can I be proactive and prepare myself for these attacks? I need to find tools that provides logging for my app and my infrastructure. In the application level, I need to add application logging for system and admin events. So in order to track behaviors like privilege escalation happening in my app. For my infra, we can leverage several cloud native services like Amazon Detective, CloudWatch Logs, and CloudTrail. This will help us keep track of requests in the system and use the logs for investigation. And Prowler can help us here as well. Awesome. So we've covered the 7 items. So we've covered broken access control. We've covered injection, using components with known vulnerabilities, insecurity serialization, sensitive data exposure, broken authentication, and insufficient logging and monitoring. I do hope that now you have a better understanding on the way that we look at the list, and you saw some examples of great open source tools and services that can really help us. So what are the takeaways from this talk? How can I secure my serverless app? Well, in order to not reinvent the wheel, I would advise you to start with a security framework. Today, we went through the OWASP serverless top 10, but there are other great checklists that you can check out and protect yourself using them. If you're a startup, the SSB is a great place to start. The CIS benchmark provides a large number of checks. And finally, the AWS well-architected framework that includes a very comprehensive list of security requirements that you definitely want to check out. Remember, security is not a one-time checkbox that you can just check. This is a journey. You need to continuously monitor your app and your environment. Now, if you really want to take this to the next level, then you have to automate. And if you're looking for help to automate all this, well, guess what? JIT can help you. We codify security plans and automate them. Our engine orchestrates prepackaged open source, commercial, and cloud native tools across your entire environment. So we're providing you with a one-stop shop for your product security at the tip of your fingers, including, of course, success KPIs. If this is interesting to you, if you're intrigued and you want to know more, please check out our website. This is the QR code to take you there, or just visit us at jit.io. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you guys today, and I'll happily answer any questions you may have offline. Please reach out to me. This is my email, and thank you, everybody, for your time.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. I love that. Don't really hear a whole lot about serverless, so I like to hear anything about that. So appreciate it.
Plus the format was awesome, seeing the problems and then the solutions and the tools that can help with that. So really well done all around.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, Kenny.
Well, we're back on track with time. So we'll quickly get through some announcements here, and then we'll get to our break and our video. So number one, please go visit our sponsors' booths here while we're on break. Again, they're doing giveaways. We've got, swag giveaways, tickets to Black Hat, Nintendo Switches, and all of that. And then here you do see a code from Keith's presentation just a couple presentations ago. There's one code, and here in just a second, we'll get the code from Raz's presentation too. And again, these are the codes for the DevSecCon 24 giveaway. The instructions there over on our Twitter account at DevSecCon. You'll need the code here on the screen as well as the next one we're about to put up. While that's on the screen, again, just a quick reminder, please go ahead and donate to DSC for Good. All the proceeds from today, all the finances from our sponsors, from the actual donations to DSC for Good, they will be distributed to our charities that we've selected here, the 3 at the bottom of the screen. On that very note, we have a message from Sam, who interviewed One Tree Planted. So let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's enjoying DevSecCon 24. I'm super excited today to be joined by Michelle Senthavel from One Tree Planted. Welcome, Michelle.
Hi, thanks so much, Sam.
So great to have you here. I'd love to know a little bit more about, who you are and what exactly you're up to at One Tree Planted.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me. And yeah, so I am a senior account manager here at One Tree Planted. I've been working for the org for about 2.5 years now, just a little over that. And really, my aim and focus at the org is to help support businesses like Sneak to achieve their sustainability goals.
That's amazing. Yeah, we're super excited for not only DevSecCon and Sneak to be involved in such an awesome organization. Can you tell me a little bit about like the mission and the goals of One Tree Planted?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we try to keep it nice and simple. We plant trees. That's really what we do at a base. So One Tree Planted, we are just coming up on our 100 millionth tree planted this month, which is super exciting. And we're planting in over 74 countries globally. So we like to work all over the world and have as much impact as we can. We aim to help reforest degraded areas around the world, and they could have been previously deforested for things like timber usage, agriculture, so many more different factors, but we really aim to create impact with these projects. And we do this through our 6 pillars of reforestation, which are air, water, we have biodiversity, we have social impact, health, and climate. So those are kind of like the 6 main things that we focus on.
Really quick, one other reminder that we forgot to do at the top of this video going is during this break, you should head on over to the sponsor booths, the expo area over on Hopin, and check out the BrightSec booth. They're doing another presentation there. If you're interested in participating in their giveaway, you need to join in on that so you can get credit for the giveaway. Okay. Thank you for this brief interruption and back to our normally scheduled program.
When we're choosing a project.
That's really, really cool. Yeah, I'm super, obviously with this event being global and we're following the sun at the moment, we always look for partners that we could partner with that will impact all our communities listening. And so for anyone that's listening, it's wondering, I wonder if One Tree Planted's done something in my local area, I'd definitely have look it up. And I'm sure Michelle and team have or are doing stuff within your local area. Michelle, are there any great sort of success stories around memorable moments within One Tree Planted? I'd love to hear some of the fun things that you have done in the past.
Yeah, that's a great question. And it got me thinking when I first heard it. And there are kind of 2 main projects that come up a lot when I get this question. And for me, they're very near and dear to my heart amongst all the projects that we have. But the first one is our Indian fruit tree project, which we call the Fruit Tree Project to Change Lives. And so this is a project that we've been doing since 2018. And in 2022, this project planted 2.5 million trees across a whole bunch of different areas in India. Yeah, it's a super cool project because it focuses on employing women and smallholder farmers in these different regions across India. And as an added bonus, these fruit trees, about 2 or 3 years after they're planted, will produce fruit. So that helps to support the communities in terms of livelihood and food. So yeah, that's definitely a cool project, yeah, that I love. And the second project is our Mexican monarch butterfly project. So we're currently into our 2nd year of this project, and in 2022, it planted 500,000 trees. So another really big project that we were working on. But the aim for this project is to reforest the migratory path between Mexico and Canada for the monarch butterflies. And so, yeah, these are actually a species that are endangered currently, and we're really trying to do everything we can to combat this.
That's super awesome. If anyone watching DevSecCon 24 or seeing this video afterwards wants to get involved, like how can someone or an individual or an organization get involved with One Tree Planted?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. And I love that, we work with businesses, but individuals alike. Anybody can really help plant a tree. And it's quite simple, honestly. We work on a model where $1 plants a tree. So it's nice and simple. And really that's the easiest way to participate is you can go online and you can contribute to planting trees. So you can choose where your trees get planted. Like it was mentioned, we're planting all over the world. So you can plant in a country or a region that's special to you. And you can also get involved by getting your hands in the dirt. So we have community planting events that we host 3 times a year, which are in April, in June, and in September. So there are actually some happening right now. And on the 5th which was World Environment Day. It was kind of our kickoff for these events for the month of June. And you can go to the website, and I think we have a little banner link to share with you guys, but you can go on the link and just get your hands in the dirt. It's super easy. You sign up online and you can get right into it. Yeah, there you go. There's the link. But yeah, that would be another great way to get involved.
Amazing. And obviously a reminder to our audience that all proceeds from DevSecCon 24 will be going to organization like Michelle's after the event. So if anyone would like to give that $1 right now, you can head to the side of the screen that way and click on the DevSecCon for Good link, and that'll take you to our giving page where you can donate to One She Planted, as well as the other organizations that you can see their logos down there that will be benefiting from the event today. So click on that link and hopefully we can help Michelle plant some more trees. Now, Michelle, obviously we have a very technical audience watching today, and I'd love to know a little bit of like fun facts. So we think about the way, deforestation, we think about pollution and things like that. And a lot of us, try to do what we can to make sure that we're not the cause of those things, reusable bottles, trying to not, use single waste plastic. But what are some of the ways that sort of our energy usage when it comes to computers, servers, things like that can contribute to climate change, and any sort of facts that we can share with our audience? They can think a little bit about what they can maybe do to make a difference.
Yeah, this is an awesome question because it really makes you think, in our everyday lives, we're so used to working on our computers, having our second screen, having all of our lights on. So as I was looking into this, it was really kind of eye-opening to see, but some interesting facts here that I've pulled for you guys. So according to Energy Sage, using a computer for about 8 hours a day will use 12.2 kilowatt hours of electricity. And bear with me, there's going to be some numbers here, but I did some math, which is not something I always do. But when you use your computer for that much a day, it actually equates to 146 kilowatt hours of electricity per year. And so according to the US Energy Information Administration, it's found that 1.12 pounds of coal is needed to produce 1 kilowatt hour of energy. And so going deeper into that, your computer, if it requires that 146 kilowatt hours of electricity per year, that means that it would require 163 pounds of coal to produce enough energy for your computer to be powered per year, which is kind of like outstanding because apparently in 2021, the CO2 emissions from burning coal for energy accounted for 20% of all the CO2. So
wow,
crazy to think about.
Well, it was so lovely having you on today, Michelle, and hopefully, as I said, our audience have learned a bit about how they impact the world and how they can help One She Planted to give back to the environment. Before I leave you, I'd love to know if there's any ways that you measure your positive impact when it comes to planting trees. We've heard all that data around how we impact the world, but how do you measure your positive impact?
Yeah, and this is a great question because it really ties into the storytelling at One She Planted, which is a big focus for us. So this ties into MRV, which is monitoring, verification, and reporting. And so we're big on stage 1, which is our application and approval process for our planting partners. And so we work with local planting partners who are on the ground because we want to encourage local jobs, local knowledge into everything that we do. But so our planting partners will submit an application for a project. That'll get verified by our project managers who will make sure that the planting partners can stand up to our standards of survival rates, of monitoring policies, of check-ins, and that kind of thing. So once the project proposal has been vetted and approved, the planting partners will then meet those different standards. And once the trees have been planted during the rainy season of that region, our planting partners will then report back to us about how the project went, what they're expecting for the future, and using different MRV tactics like satellite imaging, drone technology, geotagged photos, all kinds of really cool factors like that, which give us a lot to go off of.
That's awesome. It's nice to see how technology is helping you do your role as well, sort of for the positive. So thank you so much. That's all we have time for today, Michelle, but thank you so much for joining us. Again, anyone listening, please jump onto the DevSecCon for Good page and pop a donation in there, and really let's help One She Planted do some more amazing work.
Thanks so much, Sam. Enjoy everyone, the DevSecCon 2024.
Bye.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Sam and Michelle, for giving us that insight on One Tree Planted. What a cool organization and cause, right, Kenny?
Awesome. Yeah, that's very cool. Good to hear that they're doing some good stuff.
All right. Any other notes that we have a few minutes before our next session, which is nice. We have a little bit of breathing room.
Got
What
our
else?
time back.
We should go over some of the sponsors again and the giveaways really quick. So here's all of our sponsors: Sneak, Bright, Ops Level, Stackhawk, Whiz, Guardian, Armor Code, and Teleport. And the giveaways that are going on. We have one of 3 Nintendo Switches from DevSecCon as a whole. We have one of $300 US dollar gift cards from Bright Security, a Teleport hoodie and North Face backpack from Teleport, a $100 Amazon gift card from Armor Code. Stackhawk is giving out a Stackhawk t-shirt, and Wiz is giving a ticket to Black Hat USA. Ops Level, one of 2 Nintendo Switches. And then donate to DevSecCon for Good, which we just learned about. One of the organizations that's receiving part of the partial part. English, Brian, is my first language, and I still struggle with it. Part of the donations for today's event. What else, Kenny?
Man, I think you covered it all. I think we're ready to kick off our next session. This one's going to be a lot of fun. Securing GitOps pipelines. I know this is a huge topic right now, so super excited to bring in James. So James, welcome to the platform.
Hey, everybody. Good to be here.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and get your talk underway?
Sure. So, hey, everyone. My name's James, and feel free to interact in the YouTube chat. I've got it up as well. Be happy to answer any questions or talk about anything. But my history in security, I came in sort of the IT systems path into security. And so really, I think what I've been able to learn of value is working at a lot of different size companies, whether it's startups out of San Francisco to mid-size enterprises to now larger companies like PagerDuty, where I'm at currently, really getting to see a lot of the beginnings of this field and how CI/CD security has really so quickly evolved and a lot of the confusion. So my goal today at a high level is really to clear up some of that confusion that can happen around GitOps pipelines and really just pipeline security in general. And so first, just the objectives for today, what we're going to be going over is why pipeline security, why it's something you should care about, why moving security into your pipeline is a good idea. And then how to really prioritize and think about what is essential for getting in pipeline, and just in a myriad of different tools and approaches, what we should really pick. And so let's take a couple of minutes at the start and think about how this challenge came about. Really, with the cloud, the way I saw security at a lot of organizations is the primary emphasis was on security operations, which was much more closely tied to runtime and to systems administrators side of the field. And so it was a lot of close-knit relationships between systems engineers working on patching servers and trying to update things as they saw them, combined with getting log sources into a SIM, triggering alerts, and responding to them. And that was sort of the main goal of most security teams. Where I saw dedicated application security functions was only at really large enterprises that had a good case to make, a good business case for mitigating fraud, mitigating user impersonation. And those larger organizations would have dedicated application security teams. But with the cloud, we saw a lot of that sysadmin crowd shift into DevOps. And so a lot of cloud configuration, you had a lot of people learning how to code and how to run pipelines as the focus of their job. And with that, security had an opportunity to come alongside them and get more into the configuration layer. And so that's really this differentiator that I see here of, I think of cloud security as doing scanning and enforcement of the configuration, and then scanning and incident response of the runtime protection. And so really, it's how do you marry those two things together? And we've seen a lot of push from an industry-wide perspective of things like CNAP, which is an attempt to all-in-one these tools, where you have different major providers arguing that the runtime insights are better or the configuration scanning is better when it's powered by runtime insights, right? Is how the pitch goes. But really, I think a key piece that's missing from this perspective is who's using these different tools. Because I really think it is different users with different goals. A developer who is setting up configuration, whether it's Terraform, whether it's actually setting up a monolith or setting up a microservice, that developer has different concerns than responding to a runtime incident. So I fundamentally think both of these things are pretty separate. And really, what securing GitOps pipelines allows you to do is to focus and enforce and hands off as much as possible the configuration scanning side by empowering developers, right? So this is the shift left mentality. And so how do we get that visibility and risk reduction on configuration? So first, let's just look at an example. I think GitLab has the nicest setup for what a pipeline looks like. That's the easiest to understand just by looking at it. Is a developer is coding on their local IDE. They then push the code into their Git provider or their source code provider, which then builds and then tests and then does some kind of deployment option, usually do a staging environment before that's elevated to production. And really, the opportunity that exists here for security is to insert checks along each step of the way here. And so let's look at some key challenges and opportunities that this presented. The main opportunity of getting security into pipelines is reducing the time it takes to fix vulnerabilities, because there's plenty of studies out there that show fixing a vulnerability at runtime, once it's already out, first of all, it could be exploited. But second of all, it takes much more testing to actually get something fixed at that stage because it's already completely running. Developers have to context switch in order to tackle it. But really, if they're alerted of that vulnerability closer to when it happened, it's a lot easier for them to change a version number when the application's up and running on their local machine than it is to wait till it's out into production and see if anything's going to break. Second, there's more visibility into business risk when you're able to do this. And so I remember still my first time really having the assignment to get into pipeline security was just from the CISO saying, figure out what the developers are doing. And really, that's the opportunity that exists here. Is a lot of smaller security teams that didn't have that application security focus that the larger enterprises had, they didn't have this opportunity to get visibility into risks that they were just completely unaware of. But now, sets of tools that enable configuration scanning really allow those smaller teams to elevate their skill set by providing that feedback directly to developers and really opening up new relationships, right? Because historically, security operations teams really only had relationships with like systems administrators, systems engineers. But now there's a greater impetus to get those operations folks who traditionally haven't talked to developers more engaged with developer relations. Finally, there's a real opportunity here to automate pieces of remediation. Now, there was a time when I was new enough at this that I thought that the fully automated patch cycle would be possible. But I've since learned that trying to chase that is an ever-failing reality. But it is possible to automate small pieces of this. So instead of thinking, how can I automatically patch every dependency I have up to the latest version? Instead, you can think, how can I automatically get this to the right team at the right time to focus on this initiative? But a lot of organizations have really failed at this shift left opportunity of getting security in the pipeline because of the challenges. First, there's just an overwhelming amount of tool choices. And until you start walking down the path of failing at one of these tools, it's really hard to know if you're making a good decision or a bad decision. Because if you pull up the websites for almost every tool provider that's out there, whether it's CNAP or CSPM or SAST, DAST, SEA, a lot of them on their product sheets will say that they check all of these different boxes, right? I can't tell you the number of sales calls I've been on with, especially CNAP providers are guilty of this, where it says, we do vulnerability scanning, we do vulnerability protection, we do runtime insights, we support Kubernetes. But the depth of the support is so wildly varying and means such totally different things that it's really challenging to try to pick the right tools at the right time. And so that's going to be the majority of what we're talking about going forward is how do you pick the right tools at the right time? But second, and this is just as important, is this isn't entirely a technology issue. It can also be a people issue, where if you're going to try to implement security in pipeline, you really need a lot of interdepartment trust to exist. And that takes place. I really fundamentally believe it has to happen at the executive level as well. There has to be buy-in from engineering leadership and security leadership that we're on the same team about this. And more importantly, to set realistic outcomes for what you're trying to achieve here. Because if you're just chasing endless security things to exist in pipeline, you can spend an almost unlimited amount of time and money just fixing vulnerabilities that are reported by various tools for different reasons. But if you don't have a clear goal in mind of we want to reduce vulnerabilities, particularly around third-party dependencies, particularly around our code base, our first-party code, really the specific goals matter a lot in terms of prioritizing this stuff. And finally, a giant challenge is if your existing security team has the technical skills that are going to be required to really implement this well. And that comes about through pairing your security team with DevOps teams, especially, but also directly with developers. Because a lot of security teams are very used to a siloed experience where they're managing SIMs and EDRs, but they don't necessarily have an understanding of containerization, of pipelines, and really the application deployment workflow. And so that's another challenge that can only be overcome through both training and just intentionally forming relationships with other teams. So if we look at now just a more high-level overview of what security options are possible here, I generally split these things into 3 categories, and the goal is to fix a vulnerability without any security involvement. Because frankly, the number of vulnerabilities that can be detected by these tools can be in the thousands and thousands and thousands, right? And so if I have 20,000 vulnerabilities discovered, and I have a team of 5 security engineers and 100 developers, it's pretty clear that we're not going to be able to get through that entire backlog, or something has gone amiss. And so when you're doing tool evaluations or vendor evaluations, this is the main thing that I focus on, is how can this tool allow something to get fixed without me being involved as a security person? Because usually security teams are significantly smaller than development ones. So the first place to focus is what can happen in the developer's IDE, the place where they're working. And now this has mixed results in terms of how much you focus on it, because there's a wide variety of ways in which developers interact with their IDEs. I've worked at some places where the developers are pretty junior and they're using basic text editors, or everything is very hacky. And for a situation like that, IDE integrations don't necessarily mean that much. On the other hand, I've also been at places where we've invested in tools that say they have an IDE integration, but in reality, the IDE integration is terrible to use and is just as time consuming as just relying on the in pipeline scanning. So it's important to evaluate, like, is this IDE set up, is this IDE plugin set up in such a way that it's actually helpful? And the green, yellow, and red here are meant to represent the various stages in which you might implement some of these tools. And so green is meant to be things I would suggest you do, even if you're a startup, things you do just to get working on some of these things. Yellow would be as you're scaling your security team into more of a mid-size or larger team, things to look at and invest in. And then red, I consider more advanced things to do as you're looking to mature beyond the things that we've talked about so far. So first, in the IDE is a great place, first and foremost, to do secret scanning. And this is because if anyone's actually fixed a secret, it is a real pain if you've already committed the secret to the repository, because you have to, after you've pushed up that change, then use a third-party tool to redact all of the change history and then force push a new commit history to the branch. And so that's always a very scary thing to do, that no one really enjoys doing. And so if you can do secret scanning in the IDE, that's a huge benefit to developers if they're going to check it before they commit. The second thing is container scanning. And this is because There's great point and scan container scanning utilities out there, whether free or paid. And this is just an idea of where if you have a small development team, you can get a good idea of what vulnerabilities might exist on this image before I push it up. And then clearly SAST and SCA have a place in IDE for those same reasons. It's just that the risk that you're mitigating is more advanced than many startups really need unless they have a compliance need pushing them in that direction. Then at the build stage, this is really, the build is where I do the enforcement. And so the goal, you're never going to want to start with enforcement. And we'll talk about that later. But the build stage is where you really want to begin the enforcement of these things and how you can check and both ensure visibility for your security team so they can do meaningful reporting of how many vulnerabilities exist, are they getting remediated or not. And then finally, the runtime area is where you're really focused on how am I able to respond to threats. And I always recommend guard duty for people here because it is the easiest check the box security tool that's out there. It's not perfect. It has plenty of issues, but it is a great low hanging fruit that's cheap and cost effective for getting through that runtime protection. And then from there, you can evolve more into EDRs. I consider CNAP. I really think CNAP should focus mostly on runtime and think about that as your EDR for cloud and the runtime. So now, if we think about the different tool options that exist across these different types, there's really three options you can go with. You can go with open source tooling, built-in tooling, or paid. And what do I mean by built-in? By built-in, I'm talking about tools that come along with other providers. And so you would think that it would make a lot of sense to get your security scanning from the same place that's hosting your pipeline, right? So like GitLab Ultimate made a lot of sense when you're thinking about, well, surely if they're the ones providing the security in pipeline, it's going to be the best thing. But unfortunately, a lot of built-in tools are almost always worse in my experience from the dedicated providers because they simply haven't dedicated the amount of time to really making that tool usable and surfaceable to developers. So I'd be really cautious about using built-in tools. I think the idea of being all-in-one can sometimes be better than the actual execution of it. And then for open source, it's just important to recognize that open source never actually means free. And so I like to use open source. It's great for point in time scanning or to solve a problem quickly. Like if I need to get something in pipeline fast in order to either check something or to check a compliance box, it's a great opportunity to do something like that. But the long-term maintenance tail on something like that is always going to be really difficult. And so that's why I do lean towards getting paid tools. But the hard part is figuring out which ones to get, because they can be so expensive and there can be so much overlap between the tools. So let's talk about some implementation things to think about here. First is to think about primarily who the users of the tool will be. And this is when we think about that configuration and runtime scanning approach, my favorite security tools are the ones that aren't built for security teams. Because a lot of the time, especially in cloud native developer workflows, tickets are getting handed off to specialist teams instead of being solved by the security team themselves. And so if I'm buying an application security platform, especially, I want one that's going to make things as easy as possible, not for me, but for my developers. And if I'm getting a runtime protection platform that is very focused on Kubernetes security, I want it to be the best to look at from my DevOps team's perspective, even more than securities. And so really think about and have the people evaluate the tool who are going to be the ones actually using it, instead of forcing everything through the security lens, who are traditionally going to be focused very much on like the depth of the finding, the number of false positives, the time it takes to triage issues, the reporting capabilities. These are all the sort of things that security teams will emphasize, but they're not as important as like, does this make the vulnerability actually fixable? And then second, make sure you talk to them before you buy and implement it. So I've seen plenty of tool selection processes where a tool's been purchased and then we're asked, the first time the using team is hearing about the tool is when they're being asked to help implement it. And that's really late and can create a lot of issues if the first time that the team is hearing about it is when they're being asked to help implement it. It's really important to involve them early in the decision. And so Third, I wouldn't buy a configuration scanning tool that didn't support IDE integration, CI/CD, and some kind of reporting. And so what I mean by that is a lot of these CNAP specific tools, the CI/CD integration is kind of like an afterthought that's difficult to do. But I think this should be one of the first things that you test with an integration is how easy is it to get this into my pipeline? Fourth is to, before you start implementing, think about the most elegant way you're going to set up the scan jobs. And so a lot of this is what's really great about, for example, Sneak's webhook integration is that it's very easy to turn on. But just think about, how am I going to actually roll this out and add the scanner to the various projects I have in my organization before you go ahead and make the purchase of the tool. And finally, for the actual rollout, this is the people always ask, like, when should we block builds? When should we actually halt processes? And I've always followed this to great success, where the first is just to deploy it in manual scan mode, where it's not automatically scanning ever. And that way, the security team can do all of the testing that they need. But no developer is going to be complaining that jobs are taking too long or things are going too slow, because that's going to be the main issue that happens is if a production deploy gets held up by 30 minutes because of a security tool that you're testing, you're going to create a lot of issues with your development team. So always start with manual and then start making it so that it automatically scans once you're sure that the scan time is acceptable. Have it run concurrently to other jobs to make sure that it's taking up the least amount of time possible. I usually try to have it run at the same time as test jobs. And then finally, move forward to blocking builds on highs, and then eventually mediums and highs, and then lows. And so this kind of phased rollout ensures that you're going to be successful with not stepping on developer toes as you're going forward, and actually making sure that you get fully implemented and fully blocking eventually. Some success tips. First, get clear buy-in from developer leadership. Don't slow down pipelines, all things we've talked about. Set clear expectations on the page you're going to make through the vulnerability backlog and the priority of it. Know that when you buy a new tool, you are signing up for more vulnerabilities getting found. And so it's important that you have a realistic plan in place of how you're going to address those. Fourth is to use open source when you need something but don't have budget or buy-in. And so that's why I love tools like Scout Suite, which is a cloud configuration scanner, just for a quick scan to check things, especially if I'm just helping an organization out or something, just running a quick scan with that. As a low barrier to entry, just a quick scan. But I'm not setting up an infrastructure where I'm trying to maintain and deploy that on my own, because then I'm just sinking a lot of time cost into a single, very specific tool. I think built-in tools like Dependabot is what comes to mind, is great when you're just trying to check the box. And then finally, be prepared to quantify your progress when you're reporting. So the executive team is making a lot of investments into these tools, and they're going to want to see the return on investment that's happening from them. And so the best way to show that is just to think about in advance, just at a bare minimum, how many vulnerabilities were detected and how many were fixed. So now for the most interesting part is, what are some common security stacks I've seen to implement some of these things? And this is all, of course, just my opinion. So for startups, we've talked about guard duty is a great, really the focus, first of all, is with startups. It's just to try to check some basic security blocks without creating an overly large workload upon your small team that's just trying to ship a product. And so branch protection rules is something I really want to highlight as something that check a ton of compliance checkboxes and are great low-hanging fruit of just making it so that every merge request needs an approval to master. And so that is the main best, easiest thing to implement, just enforcing branch protection. And then guard duty on the runtime side, or whatever cloud native tool that you're using. I do think a WAF is worth trying to set up, even if you're a startup, because if you just check all of the basic rule packs, you probably won't cause many issues for yourself. And it's a great, just low-hanging fruit runtime protection there. As you're starting to scale beyond the startup stage, that's where you're starting to need something that's going to provide a little bit more insights and cover a little bit more bases. Because maybe now you're looking into actually getting a SOC 2 Type 2. Maybe you're looking into actually enforcing some different security things. Maybe you need an SBOM. So this is where SonarQube is a great open source option. Obviously, Sneak for a paid option for checking a lot of boxes all at once, where you can say you're doing SCA, SAST, all in a single place. And then my preference on Wiz and Sysdig is for static EC2 instances. I think Wiz is a great option, as well as just general cloud configuration scanning. I think Sysdig really excels at containerized environments and providing runtime rules there. And now you're really getting into more advanced things like considering Terraform guardrails. And so here's where you're either doing IAC scanning or setting up like service control policies within AWS to really thinking about what your infrastructure should look like and things you want to not allow. And same with DAST in pipeline is I wouldn't go with any legacy DAST provider because there's a big push in the industry right now, it feels like, against DAST. But a lot of that is against really legacy DAST, where it's like crawling a monolith web app. But when so many things are microservice based now, it's a lot more effective to just test the APIs directly. And so I think that's the benefit of doing DAST in pipeline with someone like StackHawk, as opposed to a more legacy provider that's trying to crawl. As you check all of those boxes, then you can start thinking about more advanced security tooling. And so that's things like doing bug bounty programs, like creating custom SIM content, which is very close to what runtime application security is, and really focusing on those big picture application specific use case guided content. And that's where you can really get a lot of value out of the manual effort. So finally, what should guide all of this? It's fixing one vulnerability. The biggest thing that I see security teams do is invest in a lot of tooling without a clear plan for how to fix something. And every demo you're going to be on is going to do a great job at showing you all of the different problems that you have, but is not going to do a great job at showing you here's how to actually fix something in the context of your environment. And then I evaluate this on a different scale of, is there enough information here for a developer to fix something? Is it simple enough that even a security person could fix it directly? And is it something that could even automatically be fixed? If you focus on actually fixing the vulnerabilities, that's going to be how you're able to actually enforce and show true value in the tool. There have been way too many tools that I've invested in, that I've purchased, that I've spent time pouring in time to set up and maintain, that ultimately didn't lead to the wanted result of fixing the vulnerability. So with all that in mind, that's all I have for today. I'm happy to answer any questions from YouTube or anything. If anybody has questions, yeah, thanks for coming. Hopefully you learned some options for getting security in pipeline.
Well, thank you, James. I appreciate that. I really liked that last slide. Like, what's our actual goal? And I think you mentioned that a few times. A lot of people don't, they go for the platform, they go for the cool tool or checking box, but what are we actually doing? So I love that. I love seeing that plan in action.
Yeah, that was super intriguing talk, James. And I don't currently see any questions in the chat right now, but keep an eye on that, or over in Hopin, double checking there. I think we're good. So thank you very much, James. Like I said, it was super intriguing. Lots of tips that I took away from it too. When you were talking about IDE plugins for security tools, like that's near and dear to my heart. So like your advice around that and insight there was super helpful. And secret scanning as well, like that being in the development tools that developers are using and catching it there. You really, it resonated with me, because like it's definitely a scary task if I have to go and like revert commits and rewrite the commit history. It always is a pain in the neck to do that kind of thing. So I feel that.
Yeah, when the official suggestion is to like step 1, download this jar file, it's always a scary thing.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thanks so much, James.
Yep. Thank you. See ya.
All right.
All right. We have
another code.
Yes. So courtesy of James and his talk, here's our last code of the day. No, we have one more code.
One
after
more.
this. We do have one more. So take note of this code. Again, go to DevSecCon on Twitter. You'll find the pinned tweet of all the instructions if you haven't done so already. You'll need at least 2 codes. Here is one to win one of the 3 switches that DevSecCon is giving away.
One thing to note there, they're offering in the thread that I saw on Twitter, they're offering 2 bonus entries if you retweet with the DevSecCon 24 DSC 24 hashtag, and then 2 bonus entries if you donate to the DevSecCon for Good cause if you DM them proof, and that'll give you extra entries to win that Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, I think every $1 or something that you donate to DSC for Good gets you extra entries, as well as the retweets and tagging at DevSecCon and hashtag DSC24.
Yes,
what it
awesome
was.
stuff.
All right, so there's your code, and we have one more presentation to wrap up DevSecCon 24. We'll have joining with us Jiang and Surya. They'll be giving a talk on security programs that actually shift left. So kind of pointing back to the last presentation that we had, like what's our actual goal? What are we doing? And here it's how do we actually accomplish what we want to do? And so I'm very interested in this talk. So welcome both of you. Thank you for joining us. Let you go ahead and introduce yourselves and get to your presentation.
Yeah, thanks for having us. We're really excited to talk today about Tales from the Real World. I'm joined by my colleague Shreya Potham. She's field CTO at Wiz, and she's got a ton of experience in this space. And so really looking forward to sharing some of that background as well as some of our experiences and how organizations can actually shift left. So before we jump into that, a little bit of introductions. I'm Jung Liu. I lead the product marketing team at Wiz, and I'm joined by my colleague Shreya. Shreya, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Surya. Excuse me, sorry. I'm field CTO at Wiz, and a lot of what I do is helping customers after they've purchased and helping them transform their cloud security programs. Before Wiz, I was a principal cloud security architect at United Airlines, where I took United through some of this transformation, like helping us shift a little further left.
Awesome. So just to kick us off a little bit here, when we think about cloud, it really is the biggest transformation that the info security team has experienced really in our entire lifetimes. And it's really changed a lot of things for all of us that are building and securing the cloud environment in a number of different ways. The first is that the environment itself is very different. It's very decentralized, right? Dev teams, business units, they make the decisions on what technology they're going to bring into the environment. And so as a result, organizations can very quickly end up in highly complex, ever-changing environments that are comprised of virtual machines, containerized environments, serverless. It could span multiple clouds. And oftentimes there's hundreds, if not thousands of technologies that are being used in order to support that environment. And so as folks that care about security of this cloud environment, it's really difficult for us to get visibility into that dynamic environment. The second key thing is that the risks are different as well. When you start from the cloud, everything is born with an IP address. And so exposure is incredibly simple in the cloud, but actually finding the real risks, the critical risks that create attack paths to crown jewels in your organization is actually very, very difficult, as we continue to hear in the news on a weekly basis. And so it's difficult for teams to really prioritize what's important and eliminate the noise of finding things that are not important. And then finally, as I mentioned earlier, the ownership model is different, right? Dev teams, those business units, they are making decisions. They are tip of the spear in terms of picking out technologies. And so how do we enable them to continue to move fast while staying secure as an organization? And as a few examples of this, this is some data around just the number of APIs that AWS has made available. You can see it's grown at this exponential rate. And this is super exciting for all of us that build in the cloud, because this is just a lot of innovation that is available to us to make better customer experiences or to help drive better business outcomes. But at the same time, all of this agility also introduces more attack surface. And this is just one cloud. For many organizations, right, they're looking at multiple clouds, lots of different technologies beyond just AWS as a provider. And the other key part of this is really around exposure being a really key risk in the cloud. And you see this with really large organizations, right? Our CSPs themselves, Amazon, Microsoft, they are faced with this risk all the time. And we've done some interesting research that shows that the pace of exposure is also happening at an unprecedented rate as well. So if you have an S3 bucket and it's referenced within a public GitHub repo, the amount of time it takes for an attacker to find that open bucket is 7 hours or less, right? So really, it's important to understand these risks. And this is also where shifting left comes into place, because why do we keep finding these security incidents in production, right? We want to find this much earlier in the process when it's less costly to our business. And there's some great research that Google has done, which shows that if you can successfully shift security left, you can see an 82% reduction in defects in the production environment. So how do we go about making that happen, right? In many ways, we need to think about cloud security in a different way, and we have to think about a new operating model for how it works within an organization. And we really think about cloud security as a team sport across every person in an organization that's building in the cloud. And we really need to think about development and security teams understanding and controlling risks together across the pipeline. And we see a few different models for this. The first is the security team needs to have that centralized visibility into everything that's happening in the environment. And it has to be unconditional, right? They can't rely on a team to say, oh, hey, we saw that AWS released this cool new database service, so we just started using it. Like, the security team can't rely on the dev team telling them that to know that it exists, right? We need to have that same foundation of visibility across all of our teams. And our dev teams need the ability to move really fast, right? And they need the ability to self-service, understand risks in their environment. We can't rely on them always being in a security tool because no one has time for that, really. And we need them to have guardrails so that they're able to move quickly, but still in a secure way. So when I talk about guardrails, I like to use this analogy here, Formula One, right? Our developers, they're doing amazing things, they're innovating, they're moving really fast, and we want to keep them moving really fast. But we also want to help put some guardrails in place, which are really these railings, right? Which is on a normal day-to-day basis, it shouldn't impact your developer substantially, right? It's really there in the event that something catastrophic happens to protect everyone. And that's how we like to think about guardrails here at Wiz. Now, when we think about cloud security, there's a ton of different use cases that are actually out there. And so when you think about having to shift security left, you have to think about the different components and the different risks that you're looking at. So some of them may be at the architecture level. So for example, thinking about container security, for example. Other pieces might be around different types of risks that you have to be aware of in the cloud. So different types of vulnerabilities, different types of misconfigurations, identity issues that might be in a KIM solution, compliance, secret scanning. The list really goes on and on. There's a number of different use cases. And when you think about shifting left, you have to think about all of these things holistically, because oftentimes, as we're seeing from the attacks that are out there, it's not usually just a single risk factor that creates a critical risk, but a combination of different things that leads to a full attack path into something like sensitive data or an important admin role in your organization. And as an example of how we think about this even further, if we drill down into the container security use case in particular, when you think about shifting left, again, there's a lot of different pieces to think about. So starting all the way from the right, that's your runtime environment. You have to understand, scan, and monitor all of the running containers. And then as you shift left, there's different pieces that you have to think about as well. So if we move all the way to the left at the code point in time, this is where you're looking at scanning infrastructure as code templates to understand what risk might present itself. In the build and store phase, you're scanning container images and container registries as well to understand what is happening in them. And then in the deploy phase, you might be using things like an admission controller to actually enforce those guardrails and block risks from being deployed into the runtime environment. So when we think about shifting left, there's not just a single thing that we have to think about. There's a lot of complexity to it and a lot of moving pieces. And so when we think about shifting left, it really requires a foundation to be established within an organization. And I think there's no better person to tell us about this than Shreya, who did this at United and also advises a number of our customers on how to do this effectively.
Thanks, John. So let's talk about some prerequisites that we're looking at when we're talking about shifting left. And the first 2 points here are, I think, the real foundation, the stuff that you definitely need to address, which is culture. Without having a culture where everyone agrees that security is important, it's really difficult to enable developer freedom through automation. And the first point here is trust, right? The first thing I asked teams as they're starting down this journey, and the first thing I asked myself was, what is our relationship with the development team? Are we actually working together? Is security and development going down a shared path, a shared goal? And you'd be surprised at how many organizations start with no. And I think that's the first thing that you really need to address. This model works really beautifully when your developers also have the trust that security isn't going to slow them down, and that we're just enabling development teams to do their work and actually do it more securely. Security teams want to know that developers are following the golden path and they're following the security guidelines and guardrails that we're putting in place. We also want to make sure that developers have that security-minded culture. No one is building applications so that they can get hacked. So we want to make sure that the dev teams and the broader organization cares about and wants to implement security. Organizations that are able to achieve this have a much better outcome and are able to create a shared goal between the security and dev teams, which is, again, like setting that foundational culture. Once you have that squared away, then we start taking a look at the actual environment. What resources do you have available? How are your applications being shipped? What security policies do you have in place? Something that John and I were talking about when we were planning this talk was that you really have to look right so that you're able to shift left. So you want to have the visibility into your environment and understanding, again, what's deployed. And then we can start actually cleaning up prod and, more importantly, the scripts that build prod so that the automation that we're putting in place doesn't break. Amongst a lot of organizations that I've worked with, there's very rarely a singular pipeline solution used and almost never a singular team that manages all of the pipelines for the entire organization. So this not only means that shifting left requires a big cultural change and requires a lot of teams to be bought into the idea of shifting left, but it's also, you have like more of a tactical problem too, right? How do you get to all of those teams and how do you get into every single app and pipeline that you're building? And sometimes it takes months to actually fully roll out a pipeline tool and make sure that everyone understands the new process and is actually able to adhere to it. And finally, once we have all of this squared away, then we actually focus on the guardrail itself. What are teams trying to evaluate in your pipeline? And I find that oftentimes it's a balance between everything, right? You want to evaluate all the security, and actually just the worst of the worst, things that you never ever want to be shipped into production. And that really just depends on your organization and what you're expecting your security posture to be. And then I'd like to talk about actually the best practices on the next slide and what it takes to make it happen. So I think the first thing, again, is aligning and communicating. Implementing shift left and moving into the pipeline is, again, like we've discussed, a large organizational change, and you want to make sure that your leadership understands what you're doing and is on board to make those changes as well. When moving in this direction at United, it was really important for me to not only have the CISO's buy-in and like my leadership, but also make sure that her peers and all of the application team leadership in the business was understood and was bought into this idea as well. So they not only understood my expectations of the dev teams, but also were able to encourage and expect their teams to meet the new process as well. And then again, we're getting our teams on board, making sure that we're communicating to the actual doers and establishing those baseline guardrails. Once we have that done, we can start measuring, right? How are our templates performing against where we want to be? A lot of the time when you're starting out doing shift left, you have a lot of security debt, things that aren't necessarily adherent to the current policies that you have in place. So this is a part of that cleanup process, and it's also maybe designing that exceptions process as well. And from here, we learn and iterate. The third step is actually creating that enforcement and actually making it a harder technical guardrail and enforcing the guardrail in the pipeline. We're asking questions like, are we actually reducing the number of issues that our teams are creating? And are we actually finding and fixing those issues early and proactively? And as with any process, we want to continue to share and improve. A lot of organizations have a lot of success having knowledge groups internally and making sure that those teams are able to share their progress and how they're resolving some issues maybe. And we also want to make sure that we're improving our designs as well. So John was talking about how AWS has increased the number of APIs that they've used, that they've released, and we also want to make sure that we have the guardrails and the policies in place that we're actually able to effectively say that, yes, like the way that we're shipping our service is secure.
And Shreya, actually, just to chime in here, one of the things that I remember you telling me about that was interesting was how you really spent a lot of time in the measurement stage. Right? Can you talk a little bit more about, why that made sense for you and, kind of maybe like the success criteria that you were looking to have there before moving on?
Yeah. So again, when we're measuring, we're not necessarily enforcing, right? So we're making sure that what we are trying to do is achievable. We want to make sure that we're not setting unreasonable expectations, but also that we're creating and we're improving on the templates that we're running through a pipeline and making sure that they're actually able to achieve that expectation once we're actually enforcing things. And that often is like a breaking change, right? If you're actually saying like, hey, if this policy fails in the pipeline, then stop the pipeline and you're not able to ship. That's something that if you do without tact and you do kind of without planning, it's something that reduces the trust between your dev teams and security, because they once they see that you're creating breaking changes for them, you're actually slowing them down. And two, it creates a lot of frustration and a lot of inefficiency. So we just want to make sure again that we're starting with a little bit of a clean slate, and you're actually able to kind of switch switch on a switch, right? And actually say yes, enforce without having too many problems once you're at that stage. Awesome. Cool. So on the next slide, Andrew McKenna, an architect at Priceline, is talking about exactly this, right? He's talking about how it's changed for him once they were actually able to implement guardrails and shifting left. Priceline wanted to implement guardrails, and they wanted those guardrails to be invisible. So they didn't want the dev teams to kind of feel that friction within the pipeline. So now, once they have the guardrails built in, they're able to deploy securely and save teams time and don't need to kind of go back and forth on that issue in the future. Awesome. So let's talk about Wiz for a hot second. So Wiz connects to all of your cloud environments and is able to create a full network map of your infrastructure and also understand the services and identities that are used within your environment, all agentlessly. Once Wiz has, again, that network map and understands what is in your environment, we're actually identifying the risks within your environment as well. Things like misconfigurations, exposed secrets, vulnerabilities, excessive access, and most recently, actually the PII, actually sensitive data like PII, PCI, and PHI in your environment. Once we know where the risks are, we're actually able to map the attack paths within your cloud environment that makes it susceptible to a breach so that teams are actually able to prioritize those attack paths. In this example, Wiz identified a VM that was critically exposed and had a critical network vulnerability with a known exploit, and also had access to a role which gave it access to some sensitive data there. Finally, once you actually understand the attack paths, you want to know who is able to actually fix that. Wiz allows you to identify and segment your environment based on infrastructure ownership, so you don't have to waste time finding the right person. So this could be things like business units, environments, or applications. And then finally, we actually want to make it easy for those teams to find that they have an issue and resolve them quickly. So we can send alerts to Slack, Jira, ServiceNow, and others so that teams don't actually need to leave their workflow and are able to get the full context they need to resolve an issue. And finally, why we're all here is actually that shift left prevention. So once we have what's going on within the environment and are able to fix there, we enable you to shift left and use the same guardrails that you have within the environment and extend those policies to the pipeline to prevent risky deployments from happening in the first place. And here's a little slide about Wiz. Wiz is trusted by over 35% of the Fortune 100 amongst the largest cloud environments in the world. We have customers from every industry, from tech to broadcasting, and companies like Salesforce and Snowflake, Morgan Stanley and Blackstone, and every other industry in between. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any questions from the audience?
I didn't see any questions. I personally have some questions. So I didn't see any questions from YouTube, Brian. I don't know if you see any from Hop On, but I'll pose my question here, and then if there are any questions, we can bring them up. One of the things I really enjoyed you talking about was how do you shift left, and you talked about measure, and that was, you spent a significant portion of your time on that. And it sounded like a theme there was reducing friction, and ways to reduce friction and issues there. But depending on the maturity of the organization, there may be more or less friction, more things that needed to be changed before you get to the next stage of enforcing. So at what point does measurement turn into changes prior to starting the enforcement?
I think it doesn't necessarily need to be like a full like organization-wide on switch. You could do it application by application once you know a particular application actually meets that threshold that you're setting, or you set a little bit of a lower threshold with the understanding that you're going to continuously improve and continuously are able to meet more and more of the security standards that you have set for yourself. So it can be a little bit softer, it can be a little bit harder depending on the goals that you set out when you want to turn and do shift left.
Gotcha. Awesome.
Yeah, and it also depends in some ways on your starting point, right? We see a lot of teams that, to Shreya's point earlier, where dev and security, they have a great relationship, they have great trust, right? And so you can start at a higher baseline in those cases. Whereas there's also a lot of teams out there where they're not on the same page, right? And literally the worst thing you can do is fail a build for a dev, in which case you really want to set that bar much lower.
Awesome. I do not see any further questions at this time. So I think with that, we'll wrap that up. We want to thank you both, Jung and Shreya, for helping us close out the awesome event, this segment of DevSecCon 24. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
All right, Kenny, we made it.
We did it. We did it. Wow, that was, man, I feel for other members who were on for all 24 hours. But that was awesome. A lot of great talks. I have pages of notes here, things that I just took down and I wanted to remember. Those are really good stuff. Yeah.
Same here.
All right, so we got our last code here, courtesy of that last session. So thank you to them as well, again, for such a great session. So here's the last code of the day. Again, make sure you go to Twitter at DevSecCon. There's a tweet there to give you instructions on how to submit. Just DM that to @DevSecCon and follow that account to win one of the 3 switches. And it's still not too late to go over to all the booths. All of our sponsors. So we'll mention them one more time. I don't know if you can pull up that slide, but do want to give them a quick shout out for all the hard work that they did, for good content, engaging sessions, giveaways, you name it. It's all there. And then again, thank you to all of our speakers. I mean, really great sessions here. I personally enjoyed them. I don't know about you, Brian, what you took away from it, but a lot of good stuff.
No, there were definitely a lot of great talks there. Big thank you to all the speakers from this segment, but also the past segments for APJ and EMEA. A huge thank you to the other hosts from the previous session. So Vandana, Shilpi, Brian, Matt, and Sonia, and Badge. Excuse me there. I was eating in between sessions, and I guess some yeah. Anyway, Matt, Sonia, and what I was going to say, Patch, who joined Sonia, which was awesome to see. And Kenny, it was a pleasure, man. You were a fantastic person to host with, and I look forward to doing it again sometime.
You as well, sir. I hope you fulfilled your lifelong dreams of saying, we interrupt this programming.
I did.
Yeah, that's awesome. But yeah, thank you for doing all the heavy lifting and managing the stream here. And thank you to Sam and the rest of the team for setting everything up. The DevSecCon global team did a fantastic job. So it's a pleasure to do this with you.
A couple little things before we fully leave to remind everybody. Again, thank you to the sponsors, everybody: Sneak, BrightSec, Ops Level, StackHawk, Wiz, GetGuardian, Armor Code, and Teleport. In addition to that, if just because this is ending now, folks, those of you watching wherever you are in the world right now, doesn't mean you have to stop learning and connecting and networking more with folks in the community. You can do so by joining up on the Discord server, the DevSecCon community server. The link to that is devseccon.io/Discord community. That will pop you right over into Discord. If you're not familiar with Discord, there's lots of resources in the server too to help you get acquainted with it. And there's lots of folks like myself that are in there to help guide you along, and you can feel free to ping there too. Okay. In addition to that, Ken, you want to take this? All the chapters?
Yeah,
I know
sure.
this is near and dear to you, so go
Yeah,
ahead.
absolutely. So again, we are a global community. There's chapters all over the world. So here in the Americas, as you see here, we have several chapters. A lot of new ones and a lot of ones that are mature that have been around for a while. So if there are any near you, please be sure to join them. They're a great group, local individuals who are on similar journeys. You know, at different points along the journey as well, you'll find a lot of expertise. You'll find a lot of ideas flowing through these groups. So the goal of these groups are to share information and to help each other. DevSecCon wants to bring about the future of secure development. And so we're doing that by bringing in other speakers. We're bringing in people that we know, and then the members themselves, if they have something that they want to share, some project that they did, some initiative that they completed, that's their space to be able to show that to the world and show that to their peers. So I am the chapter leader of the Dallas group, and so there are other chapters here in the area, here in the States as well. We got a brand new one, I believe, that just started in Rio de Janeiro.
Nice.
And then some more coming soon, some more all in the Americas, especially in the States. We got a lot more coming up. So yeah, be sure to join those. You can find links on these in our Discord as well, where to join, when their events are happening, things like that. So be sure to head over to DevSecCon.com to join the Discord groups and get connected there to your local group.
Yep. All right, don't go anywhere just yet, folks. We still have a little bit more. A reminder, DevSecCon for good. Okay, donate. Help us reach our goal. In fact, actually, this is what I was trying to share my screen earlier. Let me do that now, right quick. No, not slides. I clicked the wrong button. Share the DevSecCon deed. All right, you should be able to see it now. Is that the right one?
Yeah, we got you.
All right, so you can see we've reached, actually, I should refresh. Let's see. $41,717 has been raised so far, so well beyond
awesome
the $30,000 goal. Big shout out to all those that have donated and those that are working on donating right now. You still have time to do so. And everybody, it's all going to a great cause, or multiple great causes. One Tree Planted, Girls in Tech, and NetHope. Awesome stuff. Let me stop sharing that.
Also, can't hurt your chances on the giveaway. Just saying.
Yes, the giveaway. I have an image to share from BrightSec. Let me get that shared next here. There we go. So I should have done drum roll first. For the Americas region, Andrew Sendell is the winner for the BrightSec $100 US gift card. And as a reminder, for the previous two regions from ABJ and EMEA, we got Submit and Casper. So congrats to all three of those winners for that giveaway. For the rest of the giveaways and all that stuff, go to the corresponding folks that are responsible for that, like especially at the Expo booth over on the Hopin platform, to learn more about whether you won the giveaways or not.
And if you did win, they will reach out to you via email after. So if you're not able to head over to the booth, that's okay. They will reach out to you. You will get your prize.
Yes, we will find you. All right. Does that cover everything?
I think it does. We covered all of it. That was a lot in 4 hours.
There is one more thing.
More in 24.
There is one more thing.
What is that?
I know you kind of touched upon this before, but we have to give an extra special shout out and thank you to the folks behind this entire event that have been tirelessly working behind the scenes to make it all this well-oiled machine that you all are watching at home. So be sure to give a shout out to Sam, Carrie, and Bella, who are the fine folks that put all this together, made hosting for us super simple and easy and streamlined, everything for with the presenters and getting them prepared, and fighting off things like fire alarms, which apparently are a common thing every time this event goes on that Sam has to deal with. So a little behind the scenes little tip little reveal for everybody, that some of the fun stuff that goes on to make this type of thing happen. So big shout out to them.
Yes.
And that's it. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed it, got some value out of it. All of the recordings will be up on the YouTube channel. So youtube.com/DevSecCon. The previous regions are already there, and I'm pretty sure the ones from this one are like happening as we're talking right now. So before you can even blink an eye, the one that you want to go back and watch the recording of is going to be there because
They're
of
probably already up.
Sam, Bella, and Carrie. So shout out to them again.
Yes,
all right,
absolutely.
folks. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, everybody at home. Have a good one. We'll see you in the next DevSecCon. I combined a word there. All right.
Thanks, Brian.
Bye.